All right, so we're at 6 p.m. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Easton School Committee meeting of Thursday, December 19th, 2024. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format where attendance by committee members may be remote and remote attendance shall count toward quorum. So attending remotely tonight, we have school committee members Jackie Wiseman and Kelly Percio. Jackie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Kelly, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, okay. And also attending remotely, we have Dr. Alicia Cabral, Superintendent of Schools, and I believe our student representative is...
Oh, yes, let me move her over.
will be moving in as a panelist in a moment. So Dr. Cabral, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. And so let's see, Marvel.
Here she is.
Great. And Marvel, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Great. This meeting is open to the public. Members of the public attending in person who would like to offer comment during our public comment period will be able to do so. That comes later in the agenda. Just to give a preview, public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. If your comments exceed 3 minutes, we will give you a signal that your time is over and you are welcome to submit additional comments in writing. You may not pass the 3 minutes to another speaker. We'll go over more of the public comment specifics when we get to that part of the agenda. And if there are a number of members of the public who wish to comment, we may pass around a sign-up sheet just so that we make sure that we get to everybody in an orderly manner. Okay. All righty. So with that, our meeting is open and we are ready to move on to the first item of the agenda, which is a vote to approve the minutes from December 5th of 2024. So committee members, any questions, comments, or edits on the December 5th minutes? Hearing none? Great. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from December 5th, 2024. Can I get a second?
DeLuca, second.
Roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Percio, yes.
Great. Okay. And then executive session minutes from November 14th, 2024. Before we vote on these, does anybody want these held for discussion in a future executive session? This was the...
Yes.
Okay. So did you have anything you wanted to discuss in executive session?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. So then I'll make a motion to table the vote on the November 14th executive session minutes and to review these in a future executive session. Can I get a second?
Loomis, second.
Roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up on the agenda is a vote to approve an out-of-state overnight trip. Dr. Cabral or Mrs. Pratt?
Would you like me to do it, Alicia?
Oh, we're not picking up your audio.
I've got it, sorry.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Not used to attending remotely.
Okay. Okay, I can do it. Lisa St. Mary will be here. She's joining us virtually to present the CADCA trip, which is the Community Anti-Drug Coalitions of America, to Washington, D.C. on February 3rd, 2025 through February 6th, 2024. Easton Wings of Hope will sponsor the trip for grade level students in grades 8 through 11. And Lisa is here if she'd like to share and speak now to the trip.
Sure. Hi, everyone. We are proposing to do the same trip that we've done the last 3 years, where I'm here representing Easton Wings of Hope, where Easton Wings of Hope funds a group of students to go to this National Leadership Forum in Washington, D.C., where they learn all about substance use prevention, coalition work, and also get to advocate with the legislators themselves directly, get to talk about what they're seeing in their schools and what their hopes are for the future and what they feel like we need in terms of being able to continue the prevention work. So this year we're proposing to take 8 students, and we have 2 school staff and 1 coalition member who are looking to attend. I think people are fairly familiar with the trip, but I'm definitely happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
I'll just add in before, if there are any questions, that this is an amazing organization group, and Ms. St. Mary and the other advisors and the Easton Wings of Hope have just done an amazing job with these students, and we highly recommend that this continue. They always come back with a great presentation, as you know, and lots of incredible information. So kudos to them for their work with this group, but also to the students who are very invested in this, and the work that they've done has already made a big difference. Thank you for doing this once again.
Oh, I should just add to give credit to the students that the fact that we've been able to go on this trip the last 3 years has now led to us having a pretty strong youth portion of our coalition, and now it's officially a OA high school club this year for the first time, which is pretty neat. So it's allowed us to continue to train these students to be leaders and continue the work at the school.
That's great. Any comments or questions from committee members? How many students do you expect to go on the trip this year?
Sure, we ask students to apply, and they have to go through an interview process and everything. So we have 8 candidates that we think would be a great fit. So we're looking to take 8 students, 2 middle school students and 6 high school students.
And are the high school students spread out among the grades typically?
Yes. This year, I think we have a few freshmen, a couple freshmen. I can't remember the exact numbers, but there's some freshmen, sophomores, and a junior as well.
Great.
Marvel has her hand up.
Oh, okay. Marvel?
Sorry, this was a little late when you had said comments. I was just gonna say that it's a great opportunity. And like even going or just hearing, like when I went or when others, sorry, this is just not English. What I mean to say was, it's a great leadership opportunity because you're like, put in a crowd of people all across the country, like in those that you don't know, and you get to speak to legislation, but it's also just a great, maturing opportunity because you're again with all of these people, but you're also learning in a place of like vulnerability where you don't know all this information and they're throwing like all of these like statistics at you, and it's an all around, like you have so much fun with like, you get to know the people around you. It's really, really great.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that feedback, and I appreciate you chiming in. And I know you're a little under the weather, so appreciate that you're here tonight. Okay. Any other questions or comments? No. Thank you for spearheading this and providing our students with this opportunity. And I think we all very much appreciate all the benefit that Easton Wings of Hope brings to our district and our schools. So really, really appreciate this. Would somebody like to make a motion then to approve the out-of-state overnight trip for the CADCA conference?
Loomis, so moved.
And can I get a second?
DeLuca, second.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Rocio, yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Have a good night. So next up on the agenda, we have some retirements. So an RO art teacher and EMS PE teacher. Dr. Cabral?
Yes, always bittersweet for us as it is for them, I'm sure. First, the art teacher, Betty Maneskin, is an art teacher was an art teacher at Richardson Olmsted, where she began her career. She started in 2004 as a sub that first year. Then she was hired in 2005 as a part-time teacher, and shortly after receiving her professional teacher status in 2009, she became a full-time teacher. So she's been with us for a total of 20 years. She's going to retire on December 31st, and it's always been a pleasure going into her classroom, seeing her amazing projects with her students, and the engagement in art. Always making sure to focus on skills and competencies in art, and that sometimes goes underestimated. And just a huge shout out to her incredible efforts. And as I said, it's bittersweet. We're losing a lot of experience, but certainly wish her well in her well-deserved retirement. Unfortunately, she's unable to join us this evening, but of course we wish her well.
Thank you, Dr. Cabral. Any
Read the letter
read
first.
the letter first? Great. Okay, thank you. So, dear Dr. Cabral, I want to inform you that I plan to retire from my teaching position at the Richardson Olmsted School on December 31st, 2024. This decision comes with mixed emotions. Teaching art has been very rewarding. I have been fortunate to work with many wonderful people during my time at Parkview School and the Richardson Olmsted School. I have grown as an educator during my 20 years of working in Easton, and I have learned so much from my colleagues. However, I look forward to a new chapter, and I am eager to see what that brings. Sincerely, Betty Meniskin. So, any comments from committee members?
Sure.
Nancy?
Yes. Yes, I've worked with Betty when I was teaching, but also I had her oldest son in my class, so that was, that was cool, the parent teacher-student thing. She's great. She does many fantastic things in her art room. I don't know how people can be art teachers, but it's, a lot of things go on. But I'm sure that she will enjoy retirement, as you know, and whatever she does decide to do. But tomorrow will be her last day,
Aw,
right?
Yeah.
Because she's going at the end of the year.
Yep.
So
Yep.
good luck, Betty.
okay. Any other comments from school committee members?
I do.
Go ahead, Lauren.
So my son has had her he's in 5th grade now. He has had her every single year, starting in Parkview and then at RO. And I also was a student of hers during the COVID year. And because it was also, because it was on Wednesday when everyone was home. And I was very impressed with all of his teachers that COVID year for their engagement and everything. But to be so engaging for an art class remotely was pretty incredible. So, and I've also enjoyed the artwork that he's brought home non-COVID years, and I've enjoyed not being in her class. So I wish her the very, very best of luck in retirement, and good luck.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from school committee members?
May I say something?
Oh, yes.
Do you
Oh,
mind?
gosh, of course. I'm sorry.
No,
Yes.
it's okay. I also, it's funny you mentioned COVID because I clearly, vividly remember Betty's creativity during the COVID time and how she was always thinking outside the box, and her creativity to get our students to engage in the content was really remarkable. And while this is bittersweet, I'm very excited for her next chapter, and I wish her well, but she will be greatly missed. So thank you, Betty, for all your years.
All right, well, thank you, and thank you for your years of service, and enjoy your retirement. Okay, so next up is Kathleen Tracy from the Easton Middle School. Dr. Cabral?
Thank you. I did not hear back if Kathy was able to join us this evening, so please let me know if she was able to attend. But she is currently a phys ed teacher at the middle school, Easton Middle School. She started in 1990, first as a substitute. She was hired in 93 as the PE teacher at what was then the Easton Junior High School, and taught science for a short time as well. She returned to PE in the 94-95 school year and received professional teaching status in 1996. After 35 years in Easton, Kathy is going to retire at the end of this school year. Again, a position that is underestimated. I know that Kathy also was a coach. She coached 8th grade girls basketball. She coached varsity softball, and brings a lot to that side of the student experience as well. So it's funny that you mentioned COVID because during that time, teaching art was tough, but I'm sure you can imagine phys ed as well. So, and to Nancy's point, if you think about things that happen in art, you can imagine things that happen in phys ed. So very, very long-serving educator as well. Again, when we lose our teachers and paras, they've been with us for so long. We're very happy about that they have enjoyed their career in Easton, but it is bittersweet because as appreciative as we are of the years of service, there's a lot of experience going out the door, but it's always for a good reason, and it is also well-deserved. So best of luck to Kathy for sure, for a long and healthy retirement as well.
Okay, so I'll read the letter. Dear Dr. Cabral, I am writing to inform you that I plan on retiring from my teaching position at Easton Middle School at the end of the 2024-2025 school year. It has been my privilege to serve as both a teacher and coach in the Easton Public School System for nearly my entire career from 1990 to 2025. Thank you for affording me this opportunity. Sincerely, Kathleen Tracy. Is any comments from school committee members?
Sure. Of course.
As we all turn to Nancy, because you know everybody.
But Kathy and I, did work together. We were in the same school and so forth. One of every year, the Moscato Mile, she's a very big part of getting that all together with the pins and the numbers and making sure everybody has what they need, and as they all work together so well. So that she's really great there. And her kids, Matt and Lauren, I remember them being born. Now they're through college, and I didn't know we all got so old so quickly. But I wish her the best in retirement. I don't know what she's going to be doing, but I wish her good luck. She's going to love it.
Excellent. Okay. Any other comments from Ms. Pruitt or
Sure,
committee members?
I'd love to comment if that's okay. I also want to wish Kathleen a wonderful retirement. I attended some curriculum writing sessions with her, and she always was pushing me to be a better educator looking across content, and I really thank her for that and reminding me of not just to look in the classrooms, but to also look in the classroom of the gymnasium as well. And her passion for teaching physical education is definitely something that that we saw repeatedly, and we thank her for her service.
Any other comments? All righty. So then I will make a motion to accept with regret the retirements of Betty Meniskin and Kathleen Tracy. Can I get a second?
Wiseman, second.
And roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Rocio, yes.
Okay, great. All right, next item on the agenda is a review of feedback on the OA schedule. Dr. Cabral?
Principal Kavanaugh is here this evening to provide continued feedback on the OA schedule. As you know, she's already done one pass-through on this. She's collected a lot of information from both students and staff on how it's going. They're working with their bugs, and she is providing another update tonight. And so I'm going to give her a second to get situated, and then I will kick it over to Mrs. Kavanaugh.
Thank you all very much. So this is the second of 4 presentations I'm doing over the course of the year to provide you with updates on how the changes to our schedule are going. This presentation includes survey data that was sent out at the end of November. If you remember, my first presentation was much more general over like how the school year was going and providing you with information on what the schedule has looked like. This is much more specific to the actual changes that we made in the schedule and provides student and staff feedback. So just a reminder, what's new? So we added a flexible learning block. As you know, our cycle is 7 days, so we have days 1 through 7. We added 3 H blocks, which is a 49-minute flexible learning time for students to sign up to see teachers for support and enrichment. And then we reduced advisory from every day to 4 times per cycle. Day 1, it's about 30 minutes, and then it's 14 minutes the other 3 days. We also added 10 late start days this year. The November survey participation, we had 81 staff and 443 students. So just under 50% of our students and a little under 80% of our staff. So what did we learn? First of all, we asked our extended advisory, which is that day 1 advisory that's longer in order to help schedule H blocks for the rest of the cycle. We asked, is this time sufficient? And as you can see, 85% of our students really like the 29 minutes. Our staff are about 50-50 in the sense that half of them feel like they don't need the 29 minutes and the other half like that. This is just statistical data that I'm sharing. One of the questions we did ask later on in the survey is, would it be beneficial to make this actually like an additional H block where kids choose a place to go for 29 minutes? So that's something we're going to explore with our scheduling committee in the future. The second question we asked, so I underlined in each of these like what we're actually asking. So this is advisory. Is 14 minutes a sufficient amount of time to meet with your advisory students, review their goals, go through their grades, support them in the ways that we've laid out in the expectations around what the purpose of advisory is? And as you'll see, the majority of staff and students feel like this is a sufficient amount of time to do that. The next question talks more about frequency of advisory. Is 4 times per cycle enough? And as you'll see, the staff, the majority feel like it's enough. Some think that we don't need 4. We could do what we need to do in advisory unless the students, the majority of students feel like 4 is perfect. I just want to also kind of state that, as you guys know, our students are fully scheduled throughout every day in classes, every block of the day. Advisory is their break. Even though they get a lunch, walking to the cafeteria, waiting in line for your lunch, sitting and eating, and then going to class doesn't often feel like a break to them. So students, I'm hearing from students from their feedback and what they wrote, as well as what's in here, that time is really important to their social emotional health, to have like a space during the day to just make a choice of what they're going to do to get themselves in a space where they can learn for the rest of the day. So this is about the duration. Right now, most of our classes are about 49 minutes. We have 1 long block per day, and this is 49 minutes long enough. And as you can see, the staff feel like it's just right. It's enough time to make up an assessment. The majority of students did feel like it's just right, although some students wish that H block was longer. Next, this is the frequency of H block. So here we're looking at, is 3 times in a 7-day cycle enough? The blue indicates that the frequency is just right, and the red indicates that they want more H blocks. So as you can see, the majority of our staff and students, just over half, feel like more H blocks would be beneficial to students. Our students are really using H block in a way that's meaningful. And the amount of makeup work and the amount of extra support that they're getting that used to be after school is pretty substantial from all of the written feedback in the survey. Is H block being used for its purposes, right? So we created this big expectations of what H block is, and you can see the majority of our staff and students feel as though we are using it for its intended purpose, which is enrichment and intervention. And then this is that last question I already mentioned to you. Would you support changing the extended advisory into an H block for the rest of the year, just for some additional time for students to get that enrichment and support? And you can see it's varied between staff and students. Which leads me to what our next steps are. So first of all, at our first meeting, I shared with you that the start and end times of our blocks in the morning were varied on H block and advisory days. And that was, at least for me, very overwhelming. And I found out from the staff it was for them as well. So we made a change. We changed our schedule. We adjusted it so that, with the exception of advisory and H block, every class ends at the same time every block of the day. And I think it's made a big difference for our staff and students. What are next steps? We're going to reconvene the schedule committee in January. We have a large number of students and staff who volunteered to be on it, which is going to be great across all different demographic areas. And so they're going to review all of this data, make recommendations for any changes we want to make this current year, and then what do we want to do next year? What do we want our schedule to look like next year? And then we're going to send another survey out in January. Now that we're halfway through our late start PLC times, I want to give you guys some data and some information on the progress we've made in our, like looking at our student achievement data and adjusting our instructional practices to meet student needs. I'll give that to you at my next presentation, which I think is like February or March. So I'll collect more information on that PLC. All right, that's everything. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Questions or comments? Maybe you want to shuffle back to the
Seats. Yeah.
move on back.
So Jen, I have a comment while you guys are shuffling back, if you don't mind. So I have to say I am overwhelmingly hearing incredibly positive feedback about H block, about the amount of stress that's relieving to be able to schedule that time with teachers, to get the extra help and support when there's a quiz or test coming up, to use that time for quiet time in the library or makeup work as needed. I hear and sense that it is serving the exact purpose you described when you proposed all of this to us, which was that the kids would learn how to schedule for themselves, and it would help them understand how to manage all that around having end of day activities as well. And I think it really is teaching a valuable life skill to do that. So I'm overwhelmingly in support of it. I also can't commend you enough because I know that the students had a chance to see the survey results about a week or so ago and felt very much recognized, heard, and seen to have the survey go out to see the results before we saw it, so that they understood what was being communicated about their voice. So the use and opportunity for them to speak is incredibly powerful. So I commend you for the work you're doing with that.
Thanks very much. That's great. Thank you, Kelly. Any comments or questions? Anything from Mrs. Pruitt or Marvel? If you wanna chime in, please feel free to. No pressure though.
I don't really have much to add. I agree with what was just said by Ms. Percio. I think it was very refreshing to see student voice being heard in the surveys, and just quite asking around in simple form, I guess. I know Miss Kavanaugh would just have conversations with people, be like, hey, what are your thoughts about the schedule? And I think that was also very refreshing. And I think definitely good change coming. I know the times that was talked about, how it was one day you'll have lunch start at 11:19 and the next will be 11:21 and whatever, and it was just very small time period difference. And I know that some teachers felt as though they tell students those 2 minutes across 180 days, that's a lot of time. And I think now there's a lot of good feedback from that, both students and just everyone on it. So yeah, good stuff.
I would add that I really want to commend everybody, students, teachers, admin, everybody, parents even, for their flexibility with this. Whenever we try something new, it is very anxiety provoking to do something new. And knowing that mid-cycle adjustments were going to have to be made to kind of work out any bugs was, we kind of were really nervous about that. And so we appreciate everybody's patience with making those mid-cycle adjustments, because we feel as though not waiting a whole year or waiting until next year to make adjustments, it can be stressful to change things around, but it helps to it helps to get things straightened out faster. So thanks to everybody for their patience in that, and for Kelly for leading this and being really flexible with those changes. Obviously doing a fantastic job with it. So I just didn't want it to go unmentioned, because it may seem like, well, we're just making tweaks here and there, but that can really put a wrench in people's days or the way they're getting used to things, even if it's not working. So asking people to do new things, we just appreciate the flexibility with that.
I could add to that too. Just, I mean, we had the same schedule here, I think it was 12 or 13 years. So this was a pretty significant change. So not only did the staff like completely show up ready to do this good work and our students, but they then demonstrated, our staff and students, the ability to like have that growth mindset of like, oh, okay, we did this. This is not fully working. We're going to make a tweak mid-year. That's the model we want to send to our kids all the time. They're constantly rethinking how we're doing things, and it's okay for something to not go the way you wanted it to and to make an adjustment mid-year. I want our kids to have that mindset, and we've just demonstrated that as a school, which I think is great.
Yeah. And to add on also the collaborative nature that is fostered around this between all stakeholders is really commendable, and that everyone's voice is being heard and the changes are being made. I also was going to point out the great modeling it is for our students, so it's really fantastic all around.
Great. We really appreciate your follow through on, I know that when you brought this to us, we had a couple of meetings about it and had voiced some concerns and had asked for, follow up and statistics. And I think what you've been delivering to us exceeds certainly my expectations about the level of detail, how you are getting all of, the voices of students and staff. And I have to say from a decision maker standpoint or an approver standpoint, it makes me much more likely to say yes to ideas when we know that we are going to get that follow through. It is going to be well thought out. And if you take a risk and give something a try and it doesn't work, that, we're not going to throw up a hand and say, well, that's it. You know what I mean? We're going to go back and we're going to try to make it better and figure out what need isn't being met. And so, the scheduling is really hard. As you know, I think this is only, my understanding is the third schedule in modern OA history. So, So I think setting expectations that these types of changes are going to be inherently iterative processes is really, really helpful. So, all right. Anything else from the committee?
No, very
Great. All right. Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for the
you very much.
presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Next up is just an update on PACE, which is the Promoting a Sustainable Easton Committee. So this is I believe, 19-person town committee that has representation from the schools and from the town departments and administration, elected officials. The EEA has representation, and there are members on the board that were appointed from a pool of applicants from the community. So we have been meeting every 2 to 3 weeks since the summer for extended periods of time. Those meetings run from 4 to 5 hours in the evening. So kudos to all of the members who are attending and putting in the time and staying engaged. The amount of information that we have gone through in tremendous detail is a ton, and it's all out on the town website. I just can't say enough about the collaboration, the partnership, the great questions that have been raised. And so our next steps are that Nancy Donahue and Tom Broussard, who are the co-chairs of PACE, have been presenting to different boards and committees over the past couple of weeks. They gave the school committee an update a couple of weeks ago and then went to the select board Monday night. The recording of that should be available on ECAT if it's not already. And it was a little bit over an hour, I think, that they presented. But it's an hour well spent for anybody who wants to get an update on what the town's financial picture is and what the committee is thinking about in terms of how do we solve the budget issues that have been dogging the town for many, many years. So there's some flyers up on the front table on the way out that have a one-pager of information and some business cards. There's a QR code that'll take you directly to all the documents on the town website. And then most importantly, we're doing an open house on January 8th at the Queesit House. It will run from 6 to 8 p.m. The presentation that was delivered to the select board will be shown twice that evening. So I believe we're planning 6:30 and 7:30 to show the presentation. And then we'll be using, for those who haven't been in Queesit House, it's an amazing space, so come visit just for that. But we'll have stations set up in different rooms so you can go around and speak to members of the PACE committee and bring your questions and get specific answers to anything that's of particular interest to you. So we'll have schools, police, fire, and DPW, taxation, et cetera. So there'll be a whole bunch of us there. We're hoping for a strong turnout. And again, it's a great way to learn about all of the research that the PACE committee has been doing. And again, there's just a wealth of information, really detailed information available on the town website of all of the reporting that's been shared and poured over by the committee members. So hopefully we will see lots of folks on January 8th at the Queesit House. Okay, Dr. Cabral, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I was going to highlight the open house, but that's perfect.
Okay.
The open house too, it's 6 to 8, but just so that the public knows, it isn't a 2-hour presentation. Right. There will be a short 15-minute presentation that Tom and Nancy will do. I think that will be at 6:30 and 7:30. That's the tentative time. Other than that, it's sort of a gallery walk with posters in different rooms with did you know statements. Did you know that? And it will say something about the budget or about police or DPW or fire or what have you, as sort of conversation starters, ways for people to ask questions. And so it can be as short as attending a 15-minute presentation and you're doing a quick whip around. But I just didn't want people thinking it's kind of a 2-hour investment in their evening, especially if somebody is maybe just interested in the DPW or just interested in schools or just interested in a particular department. They could go there. They don't even have to go to all of the different areas, or certainly could use the full 2 hours. But it's kind of an in and out for people that are looking for particular information, to ask questions, to provide comments or feedback. But it's within the 2-hour time frame, but not a 2-hour presentation.
Yep. Thank you. That's a great point. Yeah, definitely an open house format. So come and spend as much time as you'd like. All right, great. So next up is the presentation of MCAS results. Dr. Cabral?
Okay. We have MCAS's grades 3 through 10. So we have 3 of our 4 principals this evening, with Assistant Superintendent Chrissy Pruitt reporting on the most recent MCAS. Kelly Kavanaugh, Luke Carroll, and Chris Getchell are here, and they are presenting by the same way they did last year, by subject matter. So by English, math, and science, as opposed to individual schools. So they have a presentation for you. I welcome them to begin whenever they're ready.
It's a great audience. Thank you all for being here to watch our MCAS presentation. We really appreciate it. So my name is Chrissy Pruitt. I'm the Assistant Superintendent here in the Easton Public Schools, and I'm joined by Principal Kelly Kavanaugh, the Principal of Oliver Ames, Principal Luke Carroll, Principal of Easton Middle School, and Principal Chris Getchell, our Principal of Richardson Olmsted School. We are excited to share with you our MCAS results and present to you as a district. So last year we changed our presentation style a little bit by coming to you as a united front, that we were all owning all of the scores and all of the grade level achievement, instead of presenting to you school by school. So you will see this presentation in a more holistic presentation rather than individualized. Except when we get to the path forward, where you can see exactly what we're doing at each school. So our agenda this evening is we are going to be sharing some summary notes. Then we'll get into the district accountability information, look at our MCAS results, and then talk about our path forward. So in the state, there's some summary notes around what happens statewide and then what that looks like for us here in Easton. So in the state, the ELA results showed much lower achievement in all grades compared to 2022. We did also see that here in Easton, except for third grade. Our third grade actually, our scores were up rather than falling behind. Also, our math results showed in the state, math results showed improved achievement in third grade amongst relatively flat scores in most grades. However, in Easton, math results showed improved achievement in grades 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we're really excited about that, as you can imagine. Throughout the Commonwealth, the science results showed improved achievement in grades 5 and 10, with lower achievement in grade 8. But in Easton, we showed improved achievement in grades 5 and 8, with little change in grade 10. So there was a little bit of improvement, but it wasn't that drastic as compared to grade 5 and grade 8. And the bottom is just a reminder of what we've been administering since 2019, with also showing that in 2020 we did not administer any MCAS, and then we half administered some, but we are now in the third year of full test administration back from COVID. We are constantly still comparing our scores back to 2019. You won't necessarily see that in this presentation, but 2019 is the benchmark for where we want to get back to and make sure that we're moving in that direction. I'm happy to report that in Easton, we definitely are moving towards reaching those goals if we have not already met those goals. So the second thing is really to talk about district accountability. And when we look at accountability, and we're going to be talking a little bit about, as we look at what the actual vote for the MCAS did, we're going to be talking about that next. But as far as accountability information, none of that changes regardless of the vote outcome that happened around question 2 in the previous, right? Question 2? In the election that just happened. So we had a webinar yesterday with DESE, and they did inform us that district accountability still remains the same. It focuses on achievement, student growth, high school completion, English language proficiency, and additional indicators such as chronic absenteeism and AP course completion. And when we look at all of these, you'll see where we fall this year as far as our overall performance relative to other schools that serve similar grades. So you can see Richardson Olmsted took a huge increase this year. What that 81 shows us is that we are in the 81st percentile of highest achieving schools in the state. So we're doing better than 81% of schools in grades 3 through 5, which is amazing. Easton Middle School did take a little dip, but we're still high within the 70 percentile. And Oliver Ames also took a little bit of a dip, but again, still higher than 2022. Then we also wanted to really point out chronic absenteeism, because we really take chronic absenteeism seriously, as you can imagine. Chronic absenteeism is defined by the percentage of students who miss at least 10% of days enrolled. So for an entire school year, if a student starts on the very first day of school, it is 18 days. 18 days, if they're out at 18 days, that is considered chronically absent. You'll see that while some of these numbers do appear to be high with Blanche Ames, we are, from 2019, we are only 0.8 points away from having that chronic absenteeism rate back to where it was before COVID. So we did go down 4.2% this past year, which is a great gain. You'll also see that at Richardson Olmsted, we went down slightly for chronic absenteeism. Easton Middle School went up a little bit, which we will be looking at. And then Oliver Ames went down half a point as well. So these are definitely things that we consider. We look at, why are our students not attending school? The chronic absenteeism rate is from grades 1 through 12. It does not include kindergarten. So just to keep that in mind when you look at this data. Okay. Now the good stuff, our results. So I always want to make sure that we ground ourselves, and just this little quote by Linda Darling Hammond from The Flat World of and Education: the purpose of educational accountability systems should be to ensure that all students, regardless of their background, have access to high quality learning opportunities that prepare them for success. So this is a great way for us to keep a pulse and measure how our students are doing, not just overall, but also within our subgroups. And we'll start with ELA, which I will hand off to Mrs. Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. So you're going to see a similar format for ELA Math and Science with the data that we're sharing with you. So I'll go into a little more detail on what you're looking at so that you'll be prepared for the next two subject areas. So this first chart shows us the percentage of students who fell into each of the categories that the MCAS has, which is exceeding expectations, meeting, partially meeting, or not meeting. This compares Easton to the state. So as you can see, we continue to perform at a higher level than the state. We typically look at the number of students in the exceeding and meeting category. That's always our goal, is to get all of our students into that space. This next one looks at the total percentage of students exceeding or meeting expectations in different subgroups. So the first bar you're going to see, that's kind of that brightish purple, that's the state, all students in the state. The orange bar is all students in Easton, and then it breaks it apart by subgroup. So the lower the bar, the lower the number of students met or exceeded expectations. And this graph is right on par with what we've showed you over the past few years, that our students with disabilities, our low-income students, our students who identify demographically as African American and Hispanic Latino continue to underperform compared to that all students number. And that's one of the things that we're focusing on with Director Davidson and with Director Perez, in looking at the way that our curriculum and our instruction are structured so that we can make sure all students are meeting these expectations. One of the things I do want to share, I'm so fortunate that the principals have all been visiting each other's schools recently, and I've got the opportunity to see Wit and Wisdom taught at RO and EMS multiple times over the past like 6 months or so. And I have to say how impressed I am with the performance of our 3rd and 5th grade students, in particularly in writing, using these high quality instructional materials, the reading level they're reading at, the way they're performing in their writing. I'm really hopeful that this is going to be the start of us seeing these numbers come closer and closing that achievement gap a little bit more. Because I think, and I've been talking with the high school staff about getting down there to see Wit and Wisdom, because the students that are coming up to us are going to have different writing skills than students we see right now, from what we're seeing. And I'm really, really excited to see how that impacts our closing this achievement gap. That paired with our training in culturally responsive instruction and our training from Dr. Perez in terms of like looking at how we're making sure all kids are seen and heard in our curriculum. Those are all good stuff that we're doing that I think is going to help us move forward.
I just want to point out two things. You'll see in the grade 10 subgroups that there's no bars for our EL and multi-race, and that's because at this time those subgroups are too low. But I left them in there because last year's data, for example, in the Asian subgroup, there was not enough information, but this year there is. So we left it there. The no bar doesn't mean that that it's zero. It just means that there's not enough data. The other thing that I just wanted to share is, as Principal Kavanaugh mentioned about having high school staff go down to see the instruction, our instructional coaches at Blanche James, Richardson Olmsted, and Easton Middle School are currently working on creating schedules to bring teachers into other buildings as well to see Wit and Wisdom in practice in each other's buildings, which is wonderful.
Yeah, kudos to all.
Just a tiny bit of background on what Chrissy Pruitt just said. When she says there weren't enough, whenever there's an N or sample size under 10, DESE doesn't report it out because they presume that it is possible that it is identifiable for those individuals and how those individuals performed. And this is meant to be anonymous. And so in an effort to not identify certain students, that's why there's nothing there. It has to be at least 10 students in a subcategory to be presented as data.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a chart that shows our scores compared to our DART schools. So DART schools are the districts in the state that the state of Massachusetts, that DESE has chosen to compare us to, as well as our neighboring towns. So you'll see that Easton is orange, the state is that pinkish color, and the blue is the other area schools. So I'll give you a minute just to look at this. I don't know if you can see the towns up there. If not, this will be public. But essentially, we're falling in the middle in our ELA scores in comparison to all these other districts.
Okay.
Great.
I'm going to talk a little bit about math achievement, which is a slightly different story than ELA. I think for some reasons I think I'd like to highlight as we go through. But you can see our grade 3 through 8 scores as it compared to the state. We are far exceeding the state average in math, which is great, grades 3 through 8. And as Chrissy, oh, thank you. Right on the polar bear. All right, great, thank you. Great. Now they can hear me at home. I know so many people are watching at home right now. So, okay. Where was I? Sure. We can return. All right. Here's our subgroup data for math, and we are seeing a more positive trend in some of our lower performing subgroups in math, which is good. This doesn't show compared to prior years, but we are seeing. I know in grades 3 through 5, some of our lower subgroups I'll highlight later are actually meeting or exceeding targets, which is great. But we still, like Kelly had alluded to before, students with disabilities particularly is a subgroup that has come on the lower end year after year. But we are seeing some trends in a more positive direction. Next slide. And compared to ELA, Easton in math is doing better than most of our DART districts in surrounding towns, which is great to see. There's only one town on that whole entire list that is outperforming us at the moment in math in grades 3 through 8. And I think part of that story is that I've had the privilege of being a principal K through 2 and 3 through 5, and I know through experience, but also through our concerted effort as a district to think more as a district, even at the administrative level, understanding more than just 3 through 5 for me, but K through 12 and how the continuum goes. I know we've been using a similar program in math with our students in K through 5 for the past 7 years. And so our 5th graders, for example, have been working with the same math routines, similar materials aligned to the same standards since kindergarten. And the cumulative effect of that is huge. And as teachers, I know you only see your kids in 1 year as students, and then they might visit you after that. But the power of the similar instruction and practices and routines 5 years in a row is significant. And I don't think it's a surprise that 7 years into this approach, we're seeing our math scores really strong, and we are. So it's a credit to our whole district, really. It's this is a district effort, not a RO effort or an EMS effort, it's a district effort on all of our parts to make this happen consistently for our kids. It takes a lot of coordination from teachers, paraprofessionals, interventionists, everybody that works with our kids every day to provide this consistency year after year. And it does matter, and it does make a big difference as the results are showing.
And just to add on to what Chris is saying is that we also, while Bridges has been adopted now for 8 years, illustrative math at the middle school has also been adopted now for about 6 years. So you do see that trickling up to the high school, again, with the consistent practices, the consistent routines. It's allowing our students to be more successful and have more predictability as they engage in their learning.
Sure. I'm going to hand it over to my partner Luke here. He's going to talk about science.
So the good news with the science, technology, and engineering is that the scores increased from 2023 to 2024. When you look at those different groups, there was an increase in all three buildings. At the high school, it was at 1%. At RO, I think it was a 4% increase, and at the middle school, it was a 7% increase. So that's obviously something to be positive about. We also, every time you take a look at this slide, you're comparing yourself really to the state average. And you know, if you've heard me talk at one of the many MCAS presentations I've done before, if you're not at least 10% over state average or more, you're doing it wrong. And when you look at the grade 5 science scores, they were at, I think it was 55% meeting and exceeding expectations. That was 13% over state average. The grade 8 scores, the combined meeting and exceeding was at 66%, which was 25% over state average. And in grade 10, the 61% was 14% over state average. You can go to the next one. On these slides, it highlights the subgroups, and I think these slides look fairly similar to the math and to the ELA. You know, the data analysis schools are the same schools. The school that you know, tends to be a little bit higher was Sharon. So when we look at those scores, subgroups.
That's okay.
Subgroups. There are a few things I just want to highlight that were positive in and then one of the areas that would be a takeaway or a potential target to take a deeper look at. First, at RO, what we saw, and when I say there's a lot of things that you could highlight, this was something that I saw a 10% increase in the data. But at RO, if you take a look at the African American student population and Black student population, that increased by actually 11%. So those numbers are still numbers that are being worked on, but that's something that should be celebrated because it was an increase in 11% of students meeting and exceeding expectations at RO. At EMS, in the area of special education, we had a 10% increase. That's an area that we've struggled with for many years with MCAS data and trying to impact our special ed student population. We've done many different things, whether it's a language-based class where we try to have less sub-separate classes, while we try to do more co-taught classes to keep those students in front of the content area specialist. But maybe some of those things and some of those changes we've been trying to do are starting to pay off because we did see that 10% increase. At Oliver Ames, there was a 22% increase in the subgroup that is the African American and Black student population from the previous year. So again, something to be celebrated, really high numbers, over 10% in those areas of subgroups. The area of special education is still an area of concern in all three buildings. It's certainly an area to target. At RO and EMS, it was 29% meeting and exceeding expectations. Oliver Ames was at 20% meeting and exceeding expectations. So moving forward, that's something that we would want to address. Next one. Sorry, I jumped a little bit ahead. So as you take a look, these are the DART schools. And you look at the science, technology, and engineering 3 through 8. And then to the right, you have the high school grade 10 scores. One of the things I'd like to highlight there that when you take a look at the our performance compared to the like schools that the state has sort of set us up with, we're higher than all of the other schools except for Sharon, so that's something that we're happy with. Sharon's at 68% meeting and exceeding expectations. And when I throw out those numbers like 60%, 68%, ultimately the state's goal is that we're at 100%. Every kid is going to meet expectations. So no matter how well we do this year, the bar will get raised. And no matter how well we do or don't do, the bar's still going to get raised every single year, because ultimately they want us to be at 100% students meeting or exceeding expectations. And we are certainly in science, technology, and engineering making some headway. The other thing I wanted to highlight in grade 10, Oliver Ames was at 61%. And you'll see that there's we only had the one school that was higher, 3 through 8. At Oliver Ames, you see a number of other bars that are much higher. Well, not much higher, but higher. But I took a deeper dive into the data because I wanted to know why that was. And so I looked at that group of kids and I went back to when they were in 8th grade. And when they were in 8th grade, it was in 22. And in 22, their meeting and exceeding expectations combined score was about 54%. So when you look at all the range in the 61, that 61 shows 7% growth with that same cohort of kids. Now, the interesting thing is you take those kids even back to 2019 when they were in 5th grade, they were scoring at 60-something% meeting and exceeding. But then COVID hit, and those kids had interrupted learning when they were in grade 6, when they were in grade 7, and so they're starting to get back on track, but you can see that at the high school. And so I would think that, you know, statistically, as the different groups change and the cohort that comes up next, that was a much higher scoring cohort in 8th grade for us. So I think that that's going to pay off when it gets to the high school. But that group of kids really struggled when on the 8th grade test. And so it's not a surprise to me that they're a little bit on the, I mean, they're higher, 7% higher, but lower when you compare to the other DART schools. I think that's it.
Thank you. So path forward. So what are we doing now? What are the current practices that we are implementing so that all students can succeed? We're going to be going through each school. Last year we presented by content area. However, we thought that this year it was important for you to see the sustained efforts happening at each building. And everything that we are doing is falling on our strategic plan. That is a backbone of what we are working towards. We knowing that our subgroups, especially around special education, were much lower. You saw that last week in the presentation of that focus, really a thread throughout our strategic objectives and initiatives. And before I hand it over to Chris to start off with Richardson Olmsted, one thing that I really want to make clear is while I said we were not going to be reporting out by school, it's really important that Chris take this opportunity to set the stage of what has been happening at the elementary level. And I wanted to rename this, not Richardson Olmsted, but Blanche Ames and Richardson Olmsted, because it really is a collective effort, K-5, of where the stage that we're setting in order to hand our students off to our secondary schools. Principal Kavanaugh really talked about what she's been seeing and how excited she is, and the reporting back to the teachers at the high school to see what's coming. But it's just keep that mindset as you listen to the next part of the presentation.
Yeah, Chrissy charged us with, charting the path forward. And I think in any district, the path forward always starts with our youngest learners. I think that is the foundation of our district. Certainly the research backs that up too, is how critical it is to get students by 3rd grade reading at grade level and the impact that has on their secondary schooling in the secondary year. So, I'm really excited to share these slides. I know MCAS is not the be-all end-all for any of us. We know we measure kids' growth in a variety of ways, but this is the way we are mandated to do so by the state, and it is a way. And the results we're seeing K through 5 are, I think, incredibly encouraging. And this is absolutely an effort of our combined effort of our pre-K through 5 staff, who, as I said earlier, work very hard at planning and prepping their work every week, every night, with high-quality instructional materials. And the curriculum work we're doing with our unit writing, I think, is going to even further these results as we move forward. But in some of the highlights from elementary, 64% of our 3rd graders met or exceeded in math. That's a 23% jump since 2021. That's significant. 23% jump in a few years is, I think, of note. And we are now surpassing where we were prior to COVID in 2019, where 61% of our 3rd graders met or exceeded expectations in math. So the results, our kids' math readiness, K through 3, is really showing significant growth over the last few years. Likewise, in 4th grade, very similarly, 60% of 4th graders met or exceeded in math, an increase of 13% from 2022. In 5th grade, 56% met or exceeded, an increase from 10%. So we're seeing 10% or greater jumps over the last couple of years in math in grades 3, 4, and 5. And I really think that's a credit to our entire district, and in particularly the teachers and curriculum leaders pre-K through 5. A lot of coordination. In our accountability data, RO score had a big jump, and a part of that is how we're doing with our subgroups. Our black subgroup exceeded the accountability targets in math at RO. Not just met, but exceeded. They're the only subgroup that did exceed. Not easy to do. And the students with disabilities at RO in math met the target. So those particular subgroups that we've worked really hard to target over the last few years, we're seeing results. I'll talk a little bit about why on the next slide. In ELA, similar numbers, 62% of our third graders are meeting and exceeding in ELA. This is an increase from 2023, and of note, it's 20% higher than the state average. Across the state, you'll read in the news, there are districts that are up in arms about their students reading, particularly at the younger age. There's lawsuits happening in districts because of this. Easton, I think, really got ahead of this and really made some significant changes in the way we're teaching reading to our youngest kids. We got ahead of this, and we are seeing the results. While we're trending up, the state is trending down. And we should be proud of that in Easton. People are noticing across the state. We are getting requests from districts all around to come see how we're teaching reading. We're bringing kids in our school to see this. We are becoming a model district in terms of literacy. I really believe that, and our results speak for themselves.
I have a request from a district for math, by the way.
Okay, great. They're all welcome. They're always welcome. We love to show people around. And then in science, as Luke mentioned, 56% of our fifth graders met or exceeding. We're an increase of 5% from 2023. So across the board in ELA, math, and science, particularly in math, where we've had a really strong instructional program that our kids have experienced cumulatively since kindergarten, we're seeing some really, really strong results. A little bit about the why, and this is my favorite part of my work with MCAS is not really the numbers, but the what next and what are we doing to help kids. I talked about the consistency in math curriculum. I won't belabor that anymore. We are having tremendous growth in the elementary areas in units of study. I know just this week, our fourth grade unit writing teams in math and science and third grade have been meeting, making tremendous progress. We are very close to, I know at the elementary level, of completing our math and science units of study for every grade level, which is essentially a plan book for every teacher K through 5 for math and science that really aligns what is taught with the standards and really fills in holes that instructional programs might present. No instructional program is ever a curriculum. No single instructional program is the one size fits all. There's always areas where our kids need more, and that's where the units of studies are addressing. And the teachers and curriculum leaders that are working on those units are experts in this. Sitting with them in a meeting, even for a short amount of time, is incredibly inspiring for me and for the teachers that are working on it. So that's,
I just want to add in that a shout out to our director of curriculum and EL, Ann Weintraub, who really has made this her personal mission to make sure that our units are getting completed. She has led this work at the elementary level with great passion, and we're seeing the progress. And also, our ELA units will begin this spring, ELA and social studies. So we're looking at another year for all of our programming to be completed, all of our units at the elementary level, and a very similar path for our middle school and high school, where their units are already well on their way.
Yep. In ELA, I think the particular focus for us, and I know this is pre-K through 12, not an RO thing, is writing. And in writing, in particular, the concept of idea development. That is the part of writing, when we look at our student writing samples from MCAS and elsewhere, that our kids are struggling the most. It's not necessarily vocabulary or conventions or grammar. It's the ability to expand your ideas with evidence from text and your own thinking. That is actively being addressed every single day in our classrooms. I know we're going in the right direction, but comparatively to the other standards in ELA, that is certainly an area that the data is showing we need more focus on, and we are doing that now. Also, we've been really prioritizing Tier 1 instruction for all students every day. So all students, regardless of where they are in the continuum of the standards, they're getting Tier 1 core instruction for 90 minutes in ELA and for 60 minutes in math every single day. And we are targeting our specialized services and intervention during win time or outside of Tier 1 instruction as best as we possibly can with what we have. So that's, I think, been a huge factor in our growth. And also,
this is year 2 for that specific scheduling, purposeful scheduling at RO and Blanche James.
And we also have made a concerted effort to provide our special education teachers and paraprofessionals with training in our Bridges Math Intervention Program. And I think giving our special educators the resources they need that's aligned to what our Tier 1 is happening in Tier 1 has been a huge reason why we've seen such growth and why we met our accountability target with students with disabilities in math. Because we're all of the staff that's working with the kids are getting trained in the program that the teachers are as well. Specialized phonics instruction in Tier 1, I think the Foundations program, K through 3, has been fantastic. All of our kids get a high level of phonics every day, at least 20 to 30 minutes from kindergarten through grade 3. And intervention happens in phonics in grades 4 and 5. That has made a huge difference in reading. I think also a huge reason why our 3rd grade reading scores are going in the direction they're going in. So those are some of the things that we're working on, I know, in the elementary level, and I'm very excited about the next few years. Okay, Luke.
So there's really a path moving forward as far as what we're going to do or how we think we're going to address some of the areas in ELA math and science, technology, and engineering. Ultimately, wit and wisdom, the first thing is we wanted to have really high quality curriculum materials for the students, challenging. And we think that over time, wit and wisdom is going to be a great tool for us, and it's going to be something that certainly is going to influence our MCAS scores for years to come. That being said, it's also something that I think crushed our MCAS scores, particularly this year. In ELA, for instance, we had a 20% drop-off in our student scores, meeting and exceeding expectations in just grade 7 alone. Now, some of the problems we easily identified, and it's not that it was the fault of wit and wisdom, but there were some things that the first time you go through the program, it takes a little while to sort of get used to. The pacing, which modules you want to use, how you can move along faster and sort of pick your spots. And the teachers are getting much better at that, and that's one of those things that we've had an open conversation about. Because we did a pilot 2 years ago in grade 6, and then when we implemented the program, we just went in grade 6 and in grade 7 at the same time. So any of the students that were in grade 7 hadn't really experienced anything with wit and wisdom. Students in grade 6 were in the same boat. So we did see some growing pains on our ELA scores, particularly with standards that would have been touched on in the later modules, but because of our pacing, we just couldn't get there. So we're making adjustments to that. We're getting better at the pacing itself, and we're sort of working on those things. And in the end, it is a high quality curriculum and instructional material, and we know that it's going to be beneficial for the students.
So if I can just add in, one thing that you and I spoke about, which I really appreciate, was the implementation of the high quality instructional material revealed gaps in instruction with writing. So this was specific that we saw. It revealed these gaps even more than we knew about. So we're really excited because the program that is being implemented targets those gaps. Go ahead.
So as we looked at it, I mean, our MCAS scores in certain grade levels at different times have sort of reflected. If anybody's seen me do the curriculum analysis stuff in the past, writing has always been in certain grade levels a significant challenge for us and an area that we want to get better at. And what we're doing now is, besides just the wit and wisdom piece, we're also doing the student work analysis program, in which 3 times a year we sit down with the grade level departments and review and calibrate exactly what they're doing. It's not just about common assessments, but about what are the expectations for the students, what are we looking for in their writing, and how can we do the same thing across grade level be equal. And that's been really helpful. So that's something that we're going to do 3 times this year. All grade levels in ELA will do that. And like I said, calibrating the expectations, calibrating the assessments, making sure we understand what skills we're looking for from the kids and how we're addressing their writing skills. So that's a conversation that's already started this year. It will continue 2 more times.
If I can just interject again, sorry, and then I'll stop. Just this week, I was in where our instructional coach, Jeannie Baxter, was leading a 6th grade writing, ELA student work analysis process. And the 6th grade teachers, like Chris was saying about that, grammar is not the issue. That was the one thing that we saw when we talked about it, right? We said, oh yeah, they're fine with grammar. It's the idea development. And so we're seeing, it's fun to go in and see this in across the different grades, because the same conversation is happening and we're being able to really target that instruction. Our teachers are doing a phenomenal job of really narrowing that down, looking at the actual standard that needs to be taught and being able to spiral that. So there's a wonderful tool that they're utilizing, that they can look at the standards and the spiral of them to really be able to target what exactly about the standard that's missing. Sorry, I could talk about this all day.
The third area is data meetings, and it's not anything new, to be honest. We always had data meetings in the past. It was just that I ran them. And a shout out to Jeannie Baxter and Lindsay Whalen. They are so much better than me. And when they do the data meetings, they're going to touch on and sit down with the grade level, where it's either ELA or math, or even science, and they're going to review exactly what the MCAS data is. They're going to look at it from a district perspective. Then they're going to look at it from the school perspective. They're going to look at it from the subgroup perspectives. And they'll also take it all the way down to the teacher perspective, including teachers' individual growth scores for all the students that sit in front of them for, say, ELA or, say, math. And one thing I should highlight and throw a shout out while I can, Maria Rastucia and Lynn Davidner, 75% student growth in math for the kids that sat in front of them. Incredibly high. And that comes with a lot of work. So I just want to give them a little bit of shout out and love, because that was an extremely high growth score, very, very high. So I just want to acknowledge that. They did a great job. Now, the data meetings we have 3 times a year. Like I said, the first one is probably more focused on MCAS. The second one's more around what we're doing in the classroom. And then we start to pull in some of the STAR assessment material and STAR assessment data. Now, the STAR assessment data we find is correlating almost perfectly to MCAS. So it's something that's very valuable to use in the second and third data meetings. Those have continued. And there's other things that we do that aren't on here. I didn't want to put everything on the slide, but math, ELA, science, all the core subject areas. We're on a 6-day rotational cycle. 2 days of that cycle, they have an opportunity to meet by department and by grade level, and to sort of talk about what is going on, how they're planning their lessons, UBD, common assessments, to recalibrate. So we have, besides the data meetings, there's also other opportunities for grade level conversations in subject areas.
Interventions and IXL.
We also have an intervention program. We have 3 interventionists in reading. We have 3 interventionists in math. We have the 2 coaches. We have a thriving intervention model that's really based on Tier 2 intervention, both push-in and pull-out intervention. The pull-out intervention we do predominantly in our focus period. And the focus period can be set up for intervention, which is how we're using it. But math teachers and ELA teachers can also provide remediation as well during that focus period. So that's something that's been a great vehicle for us, and we hope that that's going to continue to sort of help our students, help us fill in gaps, remediate issues, and help any students get the support that they need.
This is math.
I think I missed one.
Oh, it was IXL.
Oh, IXL. Well, IXL in
For both.
ELA is new. I should sort of talk about it because we just started using it in ELA. It has a diagnostic tool that will evaluate the student and find out where their strengths are and where the skill deficits are, and then they will cater the lessons and the activities for that student to address the weaknesses or the skill deficit.
This is math and science. That's okay.
Where are we on?
Math and science, just data meetings.
We have data
interventions.
meetings, obviously, in math, we have them 3 times a year. It's the same setup as ELA. The data meetings that we do have, we'll talk about, the first meeting is really heavy, MCAS. Again, we'll talk state scores, district scores. We'll take it down to item analysis with the students. We'll talk about the growth scores. We will take it right down to the teacher level and address that, and talk about how the students are performing. That's something that's really helpful. That's really the first data meeting of the year.
And their data meetings aren't just the ELA teachers looking at the ELA data. They actually will have all the teachers look at all the data, which is really helpful.
We also, in both ELA math and in science, it's not just about the individual student data, but we'll also take a look at the curriculum analysis as well, which is the area you'd find out, like if we're struggling, in a certain grade level in writing, because we're, 11% below state average or something like that. That's where we would find that in that curriculum analysis tied to the standards. So it's really helpful for us. And like I said, we have data meetings 3 times a year with the teachers, and it's been very helpful. And then particularly in math, we also, I just want to make sure,
Math curriculum,
yeah, it's,
the interventions, the science
no,
assessment.
I just can't
Okay,
see that well,
sorry.
sorry. And then the second part is our math intervention program, sort of set up exactly like ELA, but it's about math. But in the intervention program, we have both push-in and pull-out intervention. We use as much as we can during the focus period for the pull-out. We'll push the interventionists into the classrooms to help support students that we've identified that need that support. We're identifying the students that need support in math a little bit differently. We're using a number of things. It's the MCAS data, it's also the STAR assessment data, it's teacher recommendation, and there's a fourth one. The composite identifier. So that's something that we're doing to figure out which kids need that extra support in math and then give them that support. But that focus area support, although that's part of the intervention model, if a math teacher sees a student struggling, they can still have that student see them for remediation until the student doesn't need it anymore, and then they might go for enrichment to a different area, or they could be coming for math enrichment. So we have different opportunities. In the math curriculum, we obviously want to provide high quality instruction in math as well. As Chrissy stated earlier, we use illustrative math at the middle school level, at least in grade 6 and grade 7. And then we have a program that we've wrapped in with our grade 8 students and our grade 8 teachers that is tied very closely to illustrative math, and that's called Desmos. And so that's something that we think it has been certainly something that has paid off so far in 8th grade math. Those scores had lagged behind, but this year they had some of the best grade level scores in our schools. So that seems to be something that is working. Oh, science. One of the things as we talk about what's going to be happening in science and what the path is moving forward, the thing about science is the assessment and how they do the assessment is sort of changing. And it's going to become very different in the future. So our science department now is in year 2 of anticipating that change. Really the big change is that students, a lot of what they're doing now to get ready for this is when we're doing experiments, we still do hands-on experiments, but we're also using computerized programs to do what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry.
Interactive?
Oh, simulation, sorry.
Simulations.
So what we're doing is we're doing experiments, we're using computer programs, and there are simulated experiments. So they're using the computer to do these simulated experiments. Now, it doesn't take us away from the hands-on, but when the kids when the kids take MCAS beginning next year, there is going to be these simulations built into the science component. So we started last year preparing the kids for that, and so we're hoping that that pays off when that change does take place, and that's this year. So that's something that we just got a little ahead to do.
It's a curriculum alignment.
And then the other thing, I was talking with Erin Daly, who's our curriculum leader in science, and we've been working really hard on vertical alignment, and one of the things that we think is really paying off, which gave us our highest science percentage of meeting and exceeding expectations, was this year. That's the highest one we've ever had. And we think the reason for that is because what they've been doing, they've been having all sorts of vertical conversations, but they're also trying to figure out ways to cycle in. So because the 8th grade test is basically a test that is assessing your knowledge from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, well, we want our 6th grade teachers to cycle in what was brought into their world in 5th grade and in 4th grade. And in 7th grade, we want to do the same thing, cycle in those ideas and review topics. 8th grade, the same thing. That's something that we have been doing, and it's starting to pay off as we see in our science scores now. And then the last one that I had up there is that, you know, obviously, like I said, with ELA and with math, in science as well, we may not have an intervention program, but we do have great science teachers who know their kids very well. And some of those kids, they are pulling to focus period because those kids need remediation. And other kids, they're pulling into their focus period because those kids either could use or crave enrichment or even acceleration. So that's something that we already have happening with our science department. They're doing that now, and we do think that that's going to be something that's going to help us as we move forward, as we better use the focus period. And science department, just like ELA and just like math, 2 times out of every cycle, they meet by grade level departments. They can calibrate, they can create common lessons, they can create UBD units, they can calibrate all of their work. So we do hope that that pays off for them in the long run. That's it.
Thank you. A lot of what I'm going to share with you about Oliver Ames. Oh, Marvel.
Marvel, we put that in for you.
Yes, just for you. Echoes what Principal Carroll and Principal Getchell just shared with you. So this year, Oliver Ames is implementing the STAR assessment for the first time for 9th grade, which we're very excited about, so we can use that data in terms of, in order to better support students, but also to look at vertically how students are doing across all grade levels up into the high school. In the past, we did not have that comparison data. And so that is being reviewed by the teachers of the 9th grade students with their department heads every year. And then on top of that, our department heads, especially in ELA and math, are attending all the data meetings at EMS in order to ensure that we're looking at data across schools and not just within, you know, our insular buildings. Secondly, we look very, very closely at MCAS data questions and which standards our students struggle in. And then we go back to our UBD, we go back to our instructional practices and make adjustments. And we see this actually, which is, like, it's so nice to see it visibly happening in our PLCs. So those late start PLCs, we have several of them that are focused solely on those MCAS content areas. I sat in on the English PLC this past month, and we talked a lot about the MCAS questions, similar to what Principal Getchell just shared. It's that writing, it's synthesizing 2 different texts into one and using evidence from the text in order to make a point or to prove a thesis that our students are struggling with. So they are adjusting their curriculum and using that PLC time in order to address those standards very specifically that our students are struggling in. And I just want to name, though, that those standards are also where kids are struggling across the state, so it's not specific to Easton. But we want to do our due diligence to do everything we can to help our students meet those standards. Same thing with physics. The physics teachers are meeting in their PLCs and reviewing the specific areas on the MCAS that students struggled with and adjusting their, not only adjusting their curriculum and instructional practices, but also giving more practice questions in those areas throughout their curriculum. And that also continues with our UBD. So I'm really proud of the UBD work our teachers are doing right now at the high school. They are really honing in on the actual, the specific performance tasks we're asking students to do and the learning activities that are going to help them achieve those performance tasks at a proficient level in comparison to what it looks like on the MCAS for 9th and 10th grade students. The commitment to doing that is just palpable in the building. And then secondarily to that, as I mentioned to you when I was talking about PLCs last year, so one of the things that we look at the high school, right, is that there's specific curriculum that every student is getting at the lower grade levels. And the high school is just, it's different. There are different levels, there are different courses that students can take at each grade level, but we've implemented common assessments in each of those subject areas so that we can look horizontally at data and make sure that we're finding which subgroups might be struggling with certain areas of the curriculum. And that's being built into our curriculum unit. So I think that those common assessments are going to help us to support that, instruction for each kid and for all kids. And then finally, honestly, the addition to H block for targeted intervention and support, which was something that was, not in our schedules, but in some of the other building schedules in the past, has already, as I showed you earlier this evening, made a significant impact on giving targeted support to students who are struggling in certain areas. So if you have any questions.
And I just want to end the presentation by just quickly talking about how while as I'm listening to our three principals share, and they're talking about, offering more MCAS questions in this area or something like that. MCAS gives us a platform. It's not that we're teaching to a test, but one thing that's really important, as Luke mentioned about the simulations that are occurring on the assessments, we're really assessing application. And that's where our performance tasks come in stage 2 of our units. So we want to make sure that while we're teaching our students the content, they're able to apply it. And MCAS gives us one platform to look at that data and look at the spiral to see where there might be some shortcomings or where we might be excelling. And when the high school teachers look at the data, they don't just look at it within that year, they can look at it over time to see trends. Is there a particular type of question that the students might be struggling with? And then replicating those types of questions into their instruction. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that also, just to ensure and to ease everyone's minds that we're not teaching to a test. It just provides a platform, and we're really, our whole purpose is to make sure that our students can apply what they're learning. And with that, that is the conclusion of our MCAS presentation. We are here to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Can I ask, so when we have the competency determination discussion, is there any presentation or?
Not yet, there will be.
Okay.
Not
so why
next
don't
time.
we then return to the front of the room? That way we can kind of see anybody who's on the screen as we're going through feedback and Q&A on this. Does that sound good? Okay.
Chair Star, while you're getting situated, if you want me to
Please stay. We want to stay.
make my comments so that
Yes, go ahead. Yep.
that we don't have silence. I wanted to point out a couple things. I love that Mrs. Pruitt ended with saying we don't teach to the test. Even when Mrs. Kavanaugh was speaking, she was talking about the skills and competencies that they talk about when they talk about MCAS questions, and that's really important. We also, Mr. Carroll and I have always shared that love of looking at cohorts and looking at groups and how they move across. The state gives us year-to-year data, and that's what we tend to show is where our capacity is in relation to other districts in any given year. But we always take a look across the district too at cohorts for the exact example that Mr. Carroll gave. When you look back, it's like when the educators are looking at data, you may have a student that doesn't look like they are in a proficient band yet, but they've had incredible gains. And that's really what's most important for that student, is that they're making those gains. And it's the same thing with a cohort. When you look at what was disrupted for them in their learning, we also had a year where MCAS wasn't given, and because a lot of instruction was limited through obviously no one's fault. So when you look at the gains of the grade levels, you will see that our students are making consistent gains year after year after year. It's not like they are going down in achievement, but when you're comparing one group of students to a completely different group of students, it doesn't really make sense, but that's how the state is reporting it out, and that's how we report it out. So looking at that cohort is really important, and I'm glad he brought that up. I also appreciate that they mentioned a few times how we have always said in our leadership team meetings, we try to say regularly that the grade 10 test, even the grade 12 diploma, that's a K to 10, PK to 10 test and a PK to 10, 12 diploma. And we are well aware of that. And I think it's important even for educators who are not in MCAS years to see where the fruit of their labor is. It's also unfortunate that in education, we don't have a lot of quick wins. You have students, they may not seem like you're their favorite person in the world while they're there, and it might not be 5, 10, 15 years later they come back and tell you what an impact you had on their life. It takes a lot of patience for us to see the fruit of that labor. And fortunately, we are seeing that in the changes that have been made or the updates that have been made with the curriculum. Nobody was doing anything wrong, but when students present differently, we need to present differently in terms of our programs or our curriculum, or when better programs are created and we're able to do that. And bringing in a new program is no joke. That is a tremendous amount of work for educators, tremendous amount of work. And so it's unfortunate it takes so long to see those trends with students, but it's really validating about to how much effort and dedication goes into making sure that those are implemented, that changes are made, tweaks are made over the years. And it's clearly showing, because even with the COVID dips, quote unquote, we're seeing really great achievement with the students. I also think I understood that Director Davidson was going to be there tonight. And so just from a special education perspective, if he wanted to add anything, to give him the opportunity to do that. But great presentation to the team. Really appreciate that information that was presented so clearly.
Good evening, everyone. I won't take up too much of our time, but I think a few times during the presentation tonight, we talked about our subgroups and where students with disabilities fell, comparable to other subgroups within the Easton Public Schools. I do think it's important to make sure that we look at our numbers compared to the state averages. And if you take a look at the Department of Ed's website, and especially our profile, you'll see extremely great scores out of our students with disabilities. A great example of that is our grades 3 through 8 math scores. The state had 44% of students not meeting expectations. We had only 22% for that entire span of grade levels. Also, when you look at students meeting and exceeding, we were double the state average in just that area. Almost across the board, we were outperforming the state with students with disabilities test scores, and I think that's really a true data point dedicated to the determination of our staff within all of our buildings and their dedication to supporting our students with disabilities. So I really appreciate what our staff does for our students, and those numbers were great this year. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Cabral, did you have any additional comments?
No, I heard you mention the CD, and you did ask me to talk about that next, so I'll wait until that agenda item.
All right, great. All right, so committee members, questions, comments? Maybe any folks attending remotely, so Jackie, Kelly, Marvel. Oh, Jackie, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for this very comprehensive presentation. I had a lot of questions, but they were all answered in the Path Forward presentation, which I really liked. I thought there was a lot of thought and planning that went into it, and I was happy to hear about how you really looked at where kids are struggling and how to address those issues going forward, especially with writing and idea development. I think that's something that a lot of kids struggle with, and I was happy to see a focus on that. So thank you again very much.
Anybody, any other remote attendee questions?
I don't have a question, but I always talk about how much I love data. So I will admit that seeing a very data-oriented presentation is always very refreshing for me. And I do feel, much as Jackie did, that this was a very comprehensive walkthrough. It did leave a lot of questions, but I do feel like the follow-up really walked through what you're doing to mitigate some of the things that we're seeing and to address those concerns. So, and even just answering the question on what we should expect to see out of the start of a new curriculum is really helpful and informative to me. So I appreciate that.
And if the committee has any feedback of other data that they would like to see during these presentations, we're wide open to that. I know Dr. Cabral talked about looking at cohorts. We've presented that before. We could be here for 7 hours presenting data, but it's definitely, if you have a particular interest in something that we're not showing, please let us know and we can make that adjustment for next year.
Thank you. Anything else, Kelly? No? Okay, thank you. Nancy?
Yes, probably, I should have asked you while we were up here. Every year, SPED subgroup, blah, blah, blah. Aren't there, so I'm old, I don't know, maybe they changed it. Do you use alternative assessments for these kids? Okay, you do. Does it help?
So it's a multi-tiered question.
Okay, sorry.
So there's the alt assessments that we use. The Department of Ed has put into play the expectation that less than 1% of our students use alt assessments across the state. And if we are above 1%, we have to file a report on why we're using alt assessments. So 99% of our students take the same exact exam as their peers. One thing that I think not only in tonight's presentation with the follow-ups that our principals did based on what their action items are moving forward, but also if you see in our strategic plan, really our focus is how do we support students to be able to attack at high expectations the exam that's in front of them, and also, as Mrs. Pruitt was mentioning earlier, what we're looking at in the curriculum and how we're scaffolding that. One of the ways that we've done that, and we're really talking about what that looks like 5 years from now, is using our MTSS model and providing tiered supports for our students to be able to achieve at the highest levels as possible. And so that's why it was a multi-tiered question, is really how are we doing that? How are we going to get our kids to that next level? And we're really doing that through that tiered support. I know our staff went through training earlier this year. There's been multiple trainings during our professional development opportunities. And we're really going to harp on how can we put into play those tiered interventions to raise the bar for our students and set those expectations for them to succeed.
And to add on, we are in year 1 of our partnership with the S3 organization, which is Boston College and the Rennie Center. Sorry, I had to make the Boston College plug. About where we're looking at our MTSS model. We're in year 1. We have teams at each school that are looking at that and am very involved. We actually have, I think, right when we get back, we have a session that where our coaches come and work with each team. The other thing I just wanted to point out, MCAS Alt is more like a portfolio assessment. It's not on the computer like the rest of our students take. It's more of a portfolio that gets turned in.
So it is still the same one. But one of the things you just said is 99% of the kids take the same test. Well, it's not fair. The other thing that's not fair, and it's not anything to do with you, it's DESE, the 8th graders, and plus when they threw in that civics one this year, I don't know how many days from regular learning these kids lose because you've got ELA is what, in April? Is that right?
It's a window.
We flip-flop it to math.
And then math, science, technology, and civics were all together.
Yes.
Those kids were bombarded.
Yeah.
5th grade gets bombarded. The 10th grade model is great. 10th grade, you take English, math. 9th grade, you take science. It's perfect. The other, it's like the 8th grade test is the hardest test to pass. So for your kids to even get to the level that they got to, you have to give the teachers credit, kids credit, everybody that's working on that, because it's just ridiculous. So I'm off my soapbox now, I'm done, but I will hate MCAS for my whole life, okay? You're welcome.
I don't have anything to add, but I echo what the others said, and I appreciate Nancy's question and the insight that she added, because I didn't realize about the civics part.
Yeah, yeah. So
Well, the civics didn't count this year, it was a practice, but are they gonna throw them another one this year?
No,
It starts
real
in
this year.
now.
Yes.
that'll be our ACE test in our school.
It's like the 8th graders should get a week off from school just because they had to take so many tests, and and their teachers, and their parents, and their people. The whole school should get a week off.
Nancy,
I'm
you
sorry.
make a wonderful commissioner of
I just,
education.
no.
Job's open.
No.
Secretary of Ed, I should say.
No, thank you. I'm sorry. You guys did a great job. Nothing to take away from your presentation. It's just every single year, it's the SPED group, it's this group, it's that group. And I know you're all working together to get there, and I know Easton's doing well. But when you start looking at all these numbers and we're down here and we're up here, and it's just overwhelming. Thank you.
So as Jackie mentioned, I had a lot of questions along the way. You answered them all with the path forward. So I'd say the one thing that I would like, and we can discuss this separately, but maybe if you can think about giving us some feedback on timing. So at an overarching level as a school committee, student achievement is our goal.
Right.
That overarches every decision we make, everything that we do. So we do a lot, but it all feeds into that. And we formally focus on this once a year, right, with this presentation, which is great. I would love to get an update.
Sure.
Again, knowing you're not going to have fresh MCAS results or anything, but you put a lot of time and effort into developing and describing the path forward. I would love for the opportunity for you to come back at a point in the year that's sane and reasonable. We don't have to stress ourselves out and put a ton of work on you guys. Maybe it's an early summer thing or whatever, but I would love to get sort of an interim update on if you're seeing the results that you expected, or how things are moving along, or are you needing to maybe rethink, we were doing this and that doesn't really seem, the STAR assessments aren't bearing that out, so we're going to try that instead. I would just love the opportunity to get some type of interim update and not only have you come before us to get this amazing deep dive in December.
Yeah.
So if we can, we'll follow back up on that. I'll look with Lynn at the calendar and see what's kind of lighter, but.
Yeah, and I'm looking at two of our instructional coaches that are in the audience that I know do a lot of this work, because we have data meetings, 3 times a year, and it might be a great opportunity to pull in some of that data to update you on how we're moving forward.
Yeah. I think as you mentioned, we could do a week's worth of data, right?
Right.
Nonstop.
Actually,
but
3 of our instructional coaches. Sorry.
It would be really, I think it would be informative for us to maybe hear more directly from the instructional coaches on, what exactly, what do interventions look like?
Yes.
How does that actually work? I would be very curious to get a better understanding of that.
Sure.
So, okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
all. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, so next up is discussion of also MCAS, but this time we're talking about the competency determination. So Dr. Cabral?
Thanks. So this is a direct result of the question 2, and we have always shared Nancy's sentiment. So thank you, Nancy, for saying that. No, I don't know any educator who's been an educator for, well, it doesn't matter how long, that thinks that one test, no matter what format it takes, no matter how many times it's done over again, will really assess students effectively in terms of exactly what it says, competency determination. It determines if they have competently mastered, is the word that they use, the concepts and skills that students are expected to know when they graduate from high school. Here's the problem, a series of problems. As you know, the school committee knows, your professional organization, Mass Association of School Committees, and our professional organization, Mass Association of School Superintendents, has been trying to pressure the federal government to change their laws in terms of what is required to graduate from high school. Even though we really wanted to move away from MCAS, we were trying to change the federal laws first, because what we were trying to avoid is kind of the quagmire that we're in right now. Many people in the general public felt as though the vote for question 2 meant that nobody was going to take MCAS anymore. Fortunately, there is a federal law that does require a common assessment. And so MCAS is still going to be required. So everything that Nancy legitimately said about the time out of class and time out of instruction and all of that still is taking place. We're trying to move that federal law along, and then be able to come up with a state, or to work with it as a state to determine what would be a better competency determination. Now that the law was changed, that it doesn't require MCAS as that competency determination. However, we are still required to have one. So, and there's two different things. There's your requirements to graduate from high school and a competency determination. So now what the difficulty is coming up with what is going to be the competency determination as soon as possible. And when I say as soon as possible, it's mostly the students in the class of 2025 that we are concerned with, who haven't yet graduated, that now have no idea what that competency determination is going to be, because frankly, we do not know. We are waiting for guidance from the Department of Education, and I'm going to quote your own organization, MASC, that said that their most recent quote unquote update, I'll just call it an update, I'll put it in quotes because it really wasn't much of an update, according to MASC, was as clear as mud. And that's about as clear as it was. So basically, it just told us what we already knew, that the federal law requires there be a competency determination, and that districts individually now need to determine what that's going to be. We are not prepared to determine what that is. We are going to be meeting with Principal Kavanaugh, because we are coming up with their recommendations for what it can be to bring to the school committee, because they have to be voted on by a public body, which would be, in this case, would be the school committee. Right now, your school committee policy says that students need to pass MCAS in order to graduate, because MCAS was a requirement. Now that it's not a requirement, it is still a policy. And until it's not a policy, it is our requirement. It is our CD. So we don't have an alternative, which is why we can't come to any decisions this evening or ask you for any decisions. And as you know, school committee policies take 2 separate readings and a vote. So we're talking about the potential of a 2-month conversation after we're able to bring you a proposal. So that's why the pressure is on for us to make sure that we've got our 2025 kiddos all set to be able to graduate. We also have had it confirmed by the Department of Education. Chrissy mentioned there was a call with the commissioner yesterday, that accountability is going to stay in place from the Department of Education. What does that mean? That means that because MCAS is still mandatory, students will still be taking MCAS, and we will still be getting performance indicators from the state. The other thing that is probably what I would say is most concerning right now is that part of our accountability rating as a district, whether we are just labeled exceeding standards or underperforming is that, again, the federal law mandates that 95% of the students take the test. So if we have students or parents and there's no opt-out, they're not allowing an opt-out. In other words, if a parent says that their student is not taking the test, they just count as an absence for us. And if we don't have 95% participation in MCAS, we will get an underperforming rating from the Department of Education. That's concerning, obviously, for many reasons, but we're far from underperforming. Unfortunately, people don't tend to look at the underperforming label and then want to dig in to find out why it says underperforming, to see that it's perhaps just because of an attendance rate. So it's going to be really important to communicate this to people, to families, to parents, and just be prepared that, for all of us to be prepared, that we may fall into an underperforming category. What the state will do with that, I'm not sure. Up until this date, when you're underperforming, they level up the requirements that they demand from you as a district. It's counterintuitive, but when you are supposedly a district that's struggling, i.e. underperforming, they require a lot more compliance. They require a lot more, they heighten your level of expectation, and non-compliance results in scaling back funding, which again is completely counterintuitive. If any of that's going to change, of course, we don't know that yet. We have to presume it's going to stay the same. Like I said, the most recent quote unquote update said that all of the expectations were the same from the state. We'll also have concerns about students with disabilities because we don't have any alternative competency determination. And so in terms of students with disabilities, in terms of students who move in to the district, if they have gone to a private school or if they're moving in from another state, we would always just give them an opportunity to make up MCAS even up until 12th grade. Now we don't know what the competency determinations all over the country are going to be wildly different, and across the state are going to be wildly different now, when at least across the state they were aligned before. So we have a lot to figure out. We certainly have more time for other grades other than the class of 25, but we just need to, we're pushing the Department of Ed to pump out information as quickly as they can, but they're kind of taking a step back and say, listen, guys, just figure out 2025 and then we'll try to come in and help you. And so we're trying to move as quickly as we can to come up with what we think makes sense. The problem, of course, in our experience and your experience with the Department of Ed is we could have something in place that we're all really satisfied with. And then a year from now, they say, well, we finally figured out what we're going to do. And now you're required to do this. And we're going to be having to change things. So that constantly moving target is concerning. We try very hard to not pull our educators into things like this until it's absolutely necessary, because we don't want to yank them all over the place. It's hard enough what they're working on right now. And so to have them be part of this decision-making process for 6 months or a year from now, for Desi to say, you know, we're going to use something else, that is really, that's kind of soul-crushing for us as administrators, and we're trying to keep as much of that away from the educators as possible. We want to be transparent about what's going on, but we don't want to really pull them into doing a lot of extra work that maybe for naught. So we're going to do the very best we can to try to take this off of people's plates, get into place what makes sense for us, for our kids now, that is still rigorous and still meets all of our laws and requirements, so that we're hitting compliance We're not having people come in and do visits because they are calling us underperforming. And we're not, most of all, losing any kind of our federal or state funds, which are really not enough as it is. So it's not, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom about this. I just don't have a lot of information, and the state is not really coming forward with anything to help us at this point. So we feel we have the capacity to put something together. We know our staff has the capacity to work with it. It's just a matter of, is the state going to come along and change that? So as soon as we meet, right after the break, we're meeting to determine what we're going to propose for your ultimate vote, because we do have to tackle that policy, whether you're going to keep that in place, which is an option. I don't know if you're interested in doing that. That can be the competency determination, or we have to determine what else that is going to be, because as I said, requirements for graduation and competency determination are considered two different things under the law. And so we will give you the very best guidance that we can. We also have to think about things like requirements for graduation in comparison to that determination, because graduation requirement could be, for example, 3 years of math or 4 years of math. But for competency determination, now we have to think about things like level math and things of that nature. So like I said, we're going to be working on that. We'll get it to you as soon as we can. I'm sorry it's not more clear. We certainly like to come to you when things are more hammered out and determined. But we were waiting for the commissioner's most recent update, which was, unfortunately, as Mask has said, it is mud at best. And so we will keep you updated and hope that our very next meeting will have some recommendations for you. If not, certainly still in January.
Can I just check? So on the call yesterday, that is definitely something that Rob Curtin, who is from the Massachusetts Department of Education, just really reiterated that the responsibility is shifting to the districts, and that's just the reality we're in. And he said that, it just as Dr. Cabral said, the competency determination and graduation requirements are two separate things. And you can still have passing MCAS as a graduation requirement. That is a school committee decision, but passing MCAS cannot be part of a competency determination. That is the law. The competency determination is through 10th grade, and graduation is through 12th. They did say that they're trying to come up with a sample for a competency determination. They don't know when that will be, but it's not going to be a recommendation. They might share something that they just put together. We also this year do not have to turn it into DESE, but they said that might happen in the future. They're really worried about, I think, the class of 2025 right now. We do have a minimal amount of students that have not passed MCAS, just to let you know. We have under 10. So that's just a point of reference for you. And I spoke with Principal Kavanaugh this afternoon about getting together even before the meeting with Dr. Cabral to kind of hammer some things out and kind of brainstorm some ideas first before we meet, and then have a presentation to share with you. There were slides yesterday when we get those slides, and they did record the session that I can pass on to you as well if you'd like.
I have the slides. I can send them.
Okay.
I got them today. I'll just add, I don't want to give the impression that we were trying to maintain MCAS. We certainly saw the flaws in it as well. Believe me, I always have as a teacher. I saw the flaws in it. However, sometimes the devil is a little bit better than the one you don't. So we're really cautious about what guidance we are going to ultimately be getting. And as you saw tonight, with some modification in how much we do or don't do, or even spreading it out, we are able to use the data to Kelly's point, to help us see when things are working or when they're not working. But I don't know, I'm trying to end with something really positive, but we are legislatively still working on this, and so we are still working on the legislation with our delegation, our national delegation, to try to move the needle on the federal law. The fact that it's in conflict with the state law right now is what's problematic. And so hopefully we can keep pressing on federal law. It moves a little bit slower than state law. So maybe in the next cycle or two, typical legislation. I know some of you on the board know this from working with me on legislation. It typically takes 2 to 3 cycles, which means 6 to 8 years to get something passed, which is why we repeatedly ask for the same things over and over. And hopefully, in light of what's happening, maybe we can get a little more progress with the federal legislation, but we are going to continue to keep working on that.
I saw Jackie, you had your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure I understand. So we can't use meeting graduation requirements as a competency determination?
The competency determination is through 10th grade. So that's different than your graduation requirements.
Okay.
And they also used an example yesterday about making sure that they are separate, because graduation requirements could be just a certain number of math classes, but it doesn't necessarily mean the competency determination needs to show mastery of standards through 10th grade. And that's different than a graduation requirement. So the graduation requirement, you might have to take a certain amount of math classes, for example. The math class may end up being just Algebra 1 as the highest. That's a 9th grade, those are 9th grade standards, not necessarily 10th grade standards. So that's why they're really encouraging that we keep it separate. And that they also said that it's really important that we need a district policy to fall back on that's written down and approved by the governing body, as Dr. Cabral stated.
So it almost sounds like they want us to come up with some kind of alternative exam.
It kind of does sound like that, but they have to still take MCAS. What we don't want to do is add to the exams. That's not what we're looking for. I will say that the work that we've been all working toward with our UBD units, and I hate saying it because I know it becomes the U word with some people for having worked on it for so long, but that's exactly what would help us get to something like this. If we have common assessments in the district that show competency based on the standards in the unit, we may be able to show something like that as evidence that they've mastered the content. And so we're making really great strides in getting that finished. I don't want to put that out there as a definite because we don't know what they're going to accept and not accept, but that's exactly the kind of language that they're using. And so having that could help us significantly in not having to, as you said, Jackie, give another assessment, another test. So again,
Clear as mud.
yeah, it's what it is. We're doing the best we can.
Clear as mud. Okay. Kelly, Lauren, Nancy.
Chrissy, I have, whoever. In this handout we got from DESE, on the question 1, they're saying they're not going to, in 2025, not allow retests. But then you go to question 12, and it said, will MCAS retest opportunities remain? And it says, yes, they're going to do retests.
No, not for a competent, right, not for the competency determination. Normally, students would take the retest if they didn't pass the 10th grade test, so that they had the opportunity in 11th grade and 12th grade to take the test in order to get their competency determination.
Right.
So
go ahead.
No, that's okay. So now, sorry, I think there's a little delay, so I'm sorry if I'm cutting you off. I don't mean to. So now the competency determination in 2025, students can't take that in order to get their diploma, is what they're saying.
They're still offering the retests.
They can still take it.
because of some scholarships that are tied to
No, I know.
MCAS.
Right,
Yeah,
get that.
that's what they said yesterday, that they're offering the
Okay,
retest for that.
I'm just confused.
Well, yeah, we still have to have them take the test. They're still going to offer retakes. It just won't count for the competency determination.
Okay,
We have to
thank you.
put something else for that. There are 3 scholarships that are given still for students where they get money for state schools and other things. And so students can't qualify for those unless they pass the MCAS. And so anyone that's hoping to qualify for those scholarships will need to continue taking MCAS. But like I said, the state is making or the federal government makes the test mandatory anyway. It's just that we're concerned a lot of people will, I don't want to say opt out because there is supposedly no opt out option according to the state. People will be pulling their kids out of it. And so that's going to cause just a lot more problems, less scholarships for kids, less opportunity to get that, but also the whole, as I already said, the whole underperforming label.
Thank you.
Okay. Lauren, did you have anything, or Kelly, before we move on? All right, thank you. More to come. Okay, so next up we have a negotiations update. So the school committee is pleased to acknowledge that we have received a request from the Easton Educators Association to begin bargaining over 3 new contracts. One is for Unit A, which is teachers, one for paraprofessionals, and one for Unit B, which covers some of our administrators. Our teachers, paraprofessionals, and administrators are the backbone of our district, and we are grateful for their work and dedication on behalf of students. We are looking forward to beginning negotiations with the goal of seeking contracts that take into consideration the needs of staff, students, and the community as a whole. As the district has received inquiries about the use of the $100,000 that was appropriated at town meeting last spring, with specific reference to increase in compensation for paraprofessionals, I want to take a moment to address that issue. This amount was a one-time appropriation taken from the town's reserve account and was not added to the school department's ongoing baseline budget. As with one-time funds in the past, the school committee proposed to the EEA that the funds be used for a one-time stipend for each paraprofessional. The EEA did not accept this proposal. Thus, the $100,000 appropriation continues to be held in the school committee's budget line, and its use for the benefit of our paraprofessionals will be addressed as part of the package as we move forward to negotiate a new paraprofessional contract. The school committee does not intend to use those funds for any other purpose, and we look forward to our first scheduled meeting, which is on the calendar for January. So that's the update we have as of right now. Next item on the agenda is an overview of the MASC-MASS Annual Joint Conference. So as we have spoken about, several members of the district and the school committee attended this joint conference in early November, and we wanted to put together, part of the benefit of attending a conference like this is that we can bring back to the district, to our colleagues who weren't able to attend, and of course we can only attend, one panel at a time, and there's multiple discussions going on. So we did a divide and conquer approach for a lot of the panels that were offered that day. So Nancy, Lauren, and I were at the conference for various days. I had 2 days, Nancy had 2 days, Lauren was there for all 3. And so over those days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, we attended 17 different clinics, which it's a lot. So we learned a lot. It was really great stuff. So I just wanted to, for the school committee, just kind of list the topics that we attended on, and then if we could get your feedback on anything that jumps to mind as something that you would want a bit of a deep dive into, and we can schedule a recap for a future meeting or for either a regular school committee meeting or a workshop. But we'd like to keep this we don't want too much time to pass because then we'll forget everything that we learned. We took good notes, but not that great. And then, so I'd like to maybe plan to do the deep dive work in January. So we just need your feedback on what is of particular interest. And if it happens to be everything, great. But if there are ones where you're like, I know enough about that, we can skip that. That's totally fine too. So the sessions we attended were strategic problem solving, the sense of belonging with the role of the school committee and superintendent, an overview of Proposition 2.5 and communication strategies around operational overrides, policy basics, a very deep dive from the Association of School Business Officials on school budget document content best practices, chair chat. Keynote speaker on Thursday was Tim Shriver, like the Tim Shriver of the Shriver family, Kennedy Shriver family, on the Dignity Index, which was a really, really great presentation. We attended a presentation on collaboration between the school and municipal side about goals and budgeting, using data to inform budgets and policy, mentoring of new school committee members, a DEIB collaboration with school committees. So that was Darnisa Monty Jackson and MASC's Title X group. Proactive communication, an update on Title IX, which impacts policy. Budget practices, question and answer session. Let's see, there was another keynote from John Keller of Keller at Large fame on local news on the future of education post the most recent election. And then the art of listening and community perspective, and then the resolutions clinic where Nancy, I hear you were a counter, you had a job to do.
I did have a job, yes.
Great. So, so I guess, from attendees, or Jackie or Kelly, do any of these stand out as ones that you want us to discuss further or pass along more information on? Unfortunately, I think the flow of presentations to the MASC website has kind of slowed down, so a lot of them just never posted the content, unfortunately. But we are happy to give you, like a 1 or 2 page recap that we can discuss. So just curious to hear your feedback.
I thought all the presenters were very good. The ones that I went to, there was a lot of technology involved. The one about using data to inform budgets and policy. I have to say, though, that I think Easton is already doing a lot of what they were talking about, and there were some towns there that were like, what are you talking about? So it was really good to be part of the statewide people that everybody came in with a different menu. Update on Title IX was pretty much policy talk and, nothing new really. Proactive communication was also about, being there, being present, good listener, good speaker, that kind of thing. I did like John Keller and Tim Shriver. And the resolutions clinic, everything got passed, which is like a first for MASC, because they usually spend hours and hours fighting over the bus trip or something. So anyway, it was really good, and I couldn't find my notes, but I will find them and write something up for you.
Okay.
Jen, I think the session that you attended was about the deep dive into the way your budgets are presented and the purpose of getting that award. I think that is worth.
Lauren, your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. What I just said was Jen attended a session that was on a deep dive into budgets and how budgets are presented. And there is a very high-end state award that comes along with if you are the gold standard. And I think that's worth sharing and with the rest of the committee.
Okay. All right. So we'll definitely do something on that. Were there any ones that you attended where you were like, we need to bring this back?
There were, but I'm not sure that they would be of interest to everybody else. I think it's just on how we work internally, how we share our policies and how we can post it and make it more accessible to everybody and things like that. Let me look at the, yeah. I know. Yeah, I told you.
And while she's looking, if I could add,
Yes.
I would strongly recommend a recap on Dr. Amante Jackson's work.
Yep.
The leadership team has now spent a couple of years working with her, a lot of our DEIA initiatives and working on policy recommendations. So it would really be a calibrating exercise for her information for school committees. I think if you wanted to share that, I think would be helpful.
Absolutely, yep. And so Jackie and Kelly, I know neither of you were able to attend the conference. So if you have any initial thoughts that you want to share now, or if you just want to take the list away and follow up with me on anything that you would be interested in, happy to hear feedback now, or we can, I can get your feedback later.
I would really like to hear more about those two budget presentations that you just talked about.
Okay.
And I was interested in the Dignity Index one, the post-election update, and also if you all felt that the content, because it was so quick after the election, was worthy of discussion, and then also the one on Proposition 2.5.
Okay. Great.
Nancy and I attended the Art of Listening, the community
Yep.
perspective.
Yep.
I think that may be something that would be worth bringing back. It was all about like how you communicate out to the community and how you share.
Yeah.
Meet them where they are.
And then I think with mentoring new school committee members, again, if that doesn't kind of make it into this, it's certainly
For sure.
I'm sure there's a lot of best
Yeah.
practices that we
Definitely.
can improve upon it, and I'm sure you and Kelly probably have some good feedback on all the things that you did not know walking into the role, and things that can be better documented and explained and all that good stuff. 'Cause it's an awful lot.
We're a small group. There are several school committees that are like 12 members,
Right.
which is just crazy.
And in Cambridge, she gets paid a lot of money.
Right.
So anyway, all right. Anything else on this one?
No.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys, for indulging the time on that. And then discussion of parent banner sponsors and a vote to approve new sponsors. Dr. Cabral or Mrs. Pruitt?
Well,
Oh, the parent, actually, yeah. Let's do. Do you want to kick off, and then I can fill in on the parent one discussion?
Yep. Yeah, so as people have seen, we do have banners around campus that are traditionally used for fundraising for sports, for example, local businesses that you approve to go on them. The seniors, the OA senior class has come up with the idea of potentially having parents purchase space on banners as one of their fundraisers. And so they're asking for your consideration, conversation about something like that. And Mrs. Kavanaugh can perhaps provide some more details on this for you as you have that conversation. It's a first for us, so we don't currently have a policy on this.
Yep. So I know Mrs. Kavanaugh had to head out, but as Dr. Cabral mentioned, and I know a few school committee members had some, just wanted it to be an open discussion. So when the question first came to me, it sort of struck me as kind of a hybrid between, so we have banners that have traditionally been sponsored by local businesses to support athletics or other organizations. And then I think doing a class banner using the same type of fundraising mechanism is, I think, super straightforward. And then the question came up about having parents sponsor space on banners for, messages of, short messages of well wishes or something. And that struck me as sort of akin to like when you have a program book for the musical where people can buy advertising space or whatever.
Right.
And so I think the question was, since we approve the banner sponsors as a matter of policy, and that's a normal ongoing update. The question from the school was, were there any considerations around school committee approval for approving parent messages? And so my thinking was that I could see it making sense to leave the approval of those messages to either the class advisor or the principal or the principal's designee. To me, I don't feel the need to, I don't think the school committee can add value or needs to be the one to say, good luck, Debbie, we're really proud of you. I think, I just use it, that's a really cool name, huh? There's nobody in the class 2025 named Debbie. But anyway, you know what I mean? I just don't, I think that's a judgment call that the school staff can make, but again, wanted to just make sure that the school committee is aligned on our thinking. So any thoughts from committee members, any concerns?
I agree with you. I mean, there's always a concern that somebody's going to put a message in there that's going to get overlooked, and then it's out there. But I agree with it. Let the principal and the class advisors do it, and the class officers. I don't think we need to.
Yeah, Lauren, Kelly.
I guess from a policy perspective, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
But my concern is if it would be equitable for all families to participate or have the opportunity to participate.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be, again, just like buying space in a program book, right? That they would, the class would, advisors, and they would have a fundraising goal and would set a price per messaging or whatever, and then the families choose to participate that way, they can. It is at the end of the day a fundraiser, you know what I mean?
Right.
So, yeah.
Kelly has her hand up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Kelly.
I had a similar reaction to Lauren on that. I do worry a bit about it being equitable for those who can't afford it and we're posting it somewhere, and
like a popularity contest.
It does feel like a financial popularity contest. And for the senior class, that's parents who are getting ready to pay for college, and they're already paying for college admission fees and all of the things that go into college prep. So I just have a concern about that it could create inequity and be a very public inequity. In terms of the messages review, I don't think we need to be the ones reviewing and approving the messages. The administration of that school can do that, and I'm sure that they will make sure they're clean and appropriate. But I worry that it becomes that type of uncomfortable situation for those who cannot afford to do so.
Okay.
Jackie has her hand up.
Jackie?
Thank you. I echo Kelly and Lauren's concerns. I agree that wouldn't be something that we would, if we do go forward with that we would have to review. But my question is also, where are these banners going to be hung? How many are there going to be? How would that even work? It's like I'm picturing a class of almost 300 kids. Like where would this take place?
Do you have any sense for that? I'm trying to think if any other classes have done a fundraiser, a banner fundraiser. So,
Not that I'm aware of.
okay.
No.
All right, so does the committee want to get more?
I think we need more information.
More information on those questions? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough. So, yep. So, Dr. Cabral, if you could relay those questions back to Mrs. Kavanaugh, we can take this up again in at the January meeting.
Yep.
Be great. All right. Great. Thank you, everybody. And let's see, next up,
You have
vote.
to
Oh,
vote,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, thank you, thank you. So, so for new banner sponsors, these are in red. We have Allied Services, Apex Auto Body, Brabants Enterprises, Katana Inc., Palm Landscaping, Park Dental, Primary Colors, I'm gonna put a little circle next to that, we just need to come back to that. Ritual Vibes Yoga, Russell Burnham / Born Enterprises, and Wizard Computer Services. So I do see, so for Primary Colors, I don't see the business type. Is anybody familiar with who Primary Colors may be?
I do not know.
Quick, like, Google search? Just don't want to inadvertently,
Primary colors is going to take you in a rabbit hole.
hold on. Let's see. Okay, yep, I'm not getting anything obvious back that looks like
Primary Colors
local
Inc.
business.
Plastic Products.
Is that the local?
It is in North, no, I don't know.
Okay, so I would move, I'll make a motion to vote to approve all on the list other than Primary Colors until we get information on the type of business, and then we can certainly revisit that at our next meeting in January. Can I get a second?
Second, Loomis.
And roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Great. And next up is a vote to approve the RMK contract. Dr. Cabral?
Okay, so Raising Multicultural Kids, as you know, has been a partner of ours for several years now. We're really happy about that partnership and it's going really well. There are several components to it, and Chrissy Pruitt will go through those with you. And because of the cost of the contract, it does require a school committee vote on the contract to move forward. Mrs. Pruitt?
Sure. Raising Multicultural Kids offers programming for our elementary students. The first part of the program, the programming entails students from neighboring colleges come in and do lessons with our teachers and students around, and the lessons are actually really focused on culturally responsive instruction. It's a great opportunity for our students as well as our staff members as they are receiving embedded professional development within that time as well. The first program is called DCLL, which is Diversity in Classroom Leadership. And that is for grades 1 through 5. And then our LILS program, their LILS program, which is Littlest Inclusive Learners, which is pre-K and kindergarten. There's different amount of time in the classroom, which differentiates the two programs. RMK actually is providing a 10% discount and their fundraising contribution to the overall cost. This is paid out of grants. It is not being paid out of our operating budget.
Any questions from school committee members?
One more thing, with this program, we are hoping that it will touch 32 classrooms.
Oh, wow, yes. So no questions? Seeing any online?
Nope.
All right, great. Okay, so would somebody like to make a motion then to approve the RMK contract as presented?
So moved, DeLuca.
Can we get a second?
Second, Loomis.
Great. Roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Okay, great. And I see Marvel, you're still online?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, all right, so next up on the agenda then is our student representative to the school committee update. So Marvel, take it away.
Okay. Can you hear me? Is all good?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so unfortunately there isn't much to update about. As you know, students prep for the holiday break. But that said, there is a lot of high spirit being spread, especially through the spirit days at the middle school and high school. And of course, the high school's beloved winter pep rally. OA has also been off to a great start regarding winter sports. But I'll make sure to provide some more specifics next year. Also, many of the elementary students are excited for the break, but actually an overwhelming majority of them are even expressed some sadness about leaving school, which was kind of wholesome and surprised me, I guess, in a warming way. It's nice to know that students feel as though school can be kind of their second home, which is nice. But yeah, short and sweet today.
All right, great. Thank you, Marvel.
Nice job, Marvel.
All right, any
Thank you.
questions or comments? All right. Next up is our schedule of payments. So since the school committee last met, we completed warrant 030S, which was for routine operating expenses. And then 032S is underway also for routine operating expenses. That is it for schedule of payments and warrants. So next up on the agenda is public comment. So as mentioned earlier, we have quite a few members of the public here tonight. Can I get a quick show of hands of how many people are interested in speaking? Okay. All right. So I'm just 4. Okay. 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. All right. Great. So we will, as mentioned, each speaker has a 3-minute limit when presenting your comments. So we'll keep the session to we'll aim for about 15 minutes total. Before you begin your remarks, you have to state your name and address for the record. And just a reminder that public comment is your opportunity to deliver your comments to us. It's not a Q&A. We won't engage in a back and forth. If you have follow-up questions, feel free to, we can take them away and follow back up with you outside of the meeting. And a reminder that the comments should focus on what's in the purview of the school committee, which is budget, policy, negotiations, and overseeing and evaluating the superintendent. So typically in school committee land, comments or questions about individual students or staff members would not be appropriate because those are not under our purview. So, so please keep that in mind. And so with that, I guess we can.
There's a microphone there.
Oh, okay.
If they want to
Yes.
come up to the microphone.
Yes, so we can, thank you, Craig, that's really helpful, thank you. All right, so. Yep. We'll just bring the microphone over to you wherever you're comfortable, stay right there.
It's already right at home. There we go, just clip it on really quick. Very cool, thank you. All right, Zachary Dyer, 20 Fillmore Street, on behalf of the Easton Educator Association. Last year, the townspeople of Easton voted to add $100,000 to this school budget specifically to increase the wages of our paraprofessionals. The school committee offered that money as a one-time stipend to aid with retention. We reject this plan because the problems we have now will not disappear next year. One-time stipends cannot responsibly address recurring needs. The school committee then offered to put that money toward wages if the EEA agreed to open the entire para contract. We reject this because it unnecessarily delays a solution to a problem that requires our immediate action. Recently, our demands for steps toward a living wage for our paraprofessionals have been portrayed as irresponsible by members of the town government. We would like to respond to that charge. The selective outrage of this district over one-time funds is baffling, since this town has long used one-time funds in their budget. While not ideal, the town of Easton has used 50% of its free cash funds for years, the same funds from which this $100,000 was allocated within its operational budget. They rightly considered this a necessary risk. The same is true in our schools. The administration has used COVID grants like ARPA and ESSER to fund various recurring costs, including full-time kindergarten, new HR directors and central administration positions, and various other full or part-time positions at the district and building level. Notably, at no point in the last several years has any governmental official called these financial decisions by Dr. Cabral irresponsible. Instead, they were deemed necessary by town government and the school committee. Your selective dispute with paying paraprofessionals with these funds leads us to one of two conclusions. The first is that you value new administrative positions far more than you value the living and working conditions of our paraprofessionals. After all, this district added a new recurring position just last year, fully aware of this looming fiscal cliff. The second possibility, and I hope that this is the case, is that you are unaware of how dire the circumstances have become. If that is the case, we hope that the speakers we have with us here tonight can help you understand. Last year, the superintendent referred to 115,000 EMS vice principal as a drop in the bucket. Aren't our paraprofessionals worth a drop in the bucket? The time for change was yesterday, but we'll settle for now. We are out of time and out of patience with an administration that constantly promises that raises are just around the corner if we're patient enough. Let me quote the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. For years I've heard the word wait. This wait has almost always meant never. We must come to see with one of our most distinguished jurists that justice too long delayed is justice denied. Do not deny our paras their right to the economic justice they deserve. Thank you.
Hold it if it's easy.
No, I have to hold paper.
Okay.
I'm Lois Agopian, 4 Round Table Road, Northeastern, and I'm a paraprofessional at Oliver Ames High School. Recently, I was looking at job opportunities. For $18 an hour, you can greet and serve someone lunch at Taco Bell, take orders at McDonald's, or even work at Chick-fil-A for $20 with benefits. Or for $18.85, you can work as a paraprofessional for the Town of Easton. The job entails to work closely with students, to educate, to influence, to guide, to be a role model for, to console, to assist, to encourage, and keep them out of harm's way. To keep an eye on the troubled child, the anxious student. We handhold, we listen, we see things that others may not, all while keeping them on task. Students share their hopes, their dreams, their insecurities, and we guide them to be responsible adults. We also laugh, we empathize, and we make connections that last beyond graduation. The jobs we perform have a huge impact on the growth and the well-being of a student and the impact on their lives. We are serious about the responsibility for the well-being of the Town of Easton's children. Does the starting pay of $18.85 with limited benefits make any sense? I will ask you what I ask my students who are struggling to understand. How can I help you understand the subject at hand? Thank goodness we have more than 3 minutes in class to help them, or they wouldn't understand either. The paras are dedicated employees who are with the students with the greatest needs. We help keep them in school so you can shake their hand on graduation. What would you pay someone who has a huge influence on your child? A para's pay is insulting and frankly embarrassing. The town needs to hear this. The parents of all the kids in the special education program need to hear this. Many paras are forced to get second jobs to pay their bills. And why is it that a substitute teacher who has a teaching license is able to make $29 an hour, which is higher than the highest rate a para can make? They're just subbing. Not sure how that got approved, but it's sad that a para who is a dedicated employee gets paid less. I know if you wanted to pay the paras more, you would find the money. You always find money when something is important to you. Are we important to you? I say it again, find the money. Dr. Cabral once said $100,000 is a drop in the bucket. The paras need a few drops. Like I tell my students, life is about choices. Make the right choice, and you will attract and retain employees. Treat each other as equals. I ask you to do the same. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. I ask that of you as well. I ask you to respect the work we do each day and pay the paras a respectable wage. My hope is that you see the worth of what we do and find the money to pay us accordingly. Thank you.
Osio, Frection Dawdo, na Alway Nashu, GUA Gutton Mechanic Street. I am a third para at OA. Before I tell you about my job, let me tell you a bit about myself. I grew up on an IEP. I was a SPED kid. Statistically, I should not have graduated high school nor go on to complete a university degree. I know firsthand the critical role paras provide, and now I get to be the adult I never had. As a neurodivergent person, I thrive on stability and predictability in my schedule. On any given day, I can be pulled away from my students to substitute for another class, most times without compensation for the additional responsibilities. This can throw off my daily rhythms and affect my ability to support my assigned classes. If this is the effect it has on me as a well-adjusted adult, imagine the impact on a student not having the support person they rely on and are legally entitled to. Paras are more than teacher helpers. Last year, I wrote and presented a PD workshop. When creating the workshop, I was told to my face that my cultural way of sharing knowledge was less valuable than a Western style of teaching. That no one would listen to a presentation given to a para because paras are not respected. Where does that disrespect originate? My students often ask me about my niece, the music I've been listening to, and invite me to their games and shows. It does not come from them. The teachers I work with tell me how I keep the classroom moving and how much I am missed on days I am out. It does not come from them. The administrators in my building send emails and occasionally bring in baked goods to express their appreciation for the work we do. It does not come from them. Regardless, I show up to work every day to support my students. If you know anything about IEPs, you know that goal setting is a key aspect. A goal I set for myself in 8th grade was to live independently in my own apartment. The cheapest studio apartments within a reasonable commute to my job cost upward of $1,400 a month. I make an average of $2,200 per month. That would be over half my income without factoring grocery bills, phone bills, and other necessities. Hypothetically, I could get a second job, make just enough money to survive month to month. But that is not living. I deserve the opportunity to thrive. Schools cannot function without paras. Paras cannot function without a livable wage.
You can either hold it or clip it on,
Whatever you want to
comfortable
do.
Tara Bailey, is it good?
You're
Tara Bailey, 40 Kingsbrook Way. I want to first start off by saying, as a special ed teacher and a mom of 2 previous special ed students, I could not do this job without the paras, as well as having all the wonderful paras in my children's life, so they could reach their goals of an honors level classes and one heading towards nursing school. With that said, I'd like to call your attention to the numbers, so people in the town are aware, as well as know the numbers because they don't lie. So according to the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a living wage calculator, when entered into the number of days worked in a year, how many hours a day they work, what town or city you work in, a first-year, newly hired paraprofessional in Easton should be making $39.93 per hour just to earn a living wage. However, a newly hired paraprofessional is hired at a rate of $18.85 per hour. That's a difference of $21.08. Even with all this, the paras still show up in Easton every day with a smile on their face, ready to work with our kids. Townspeople need to know the numbers and what the paras do on a regular basis for our students and staff. Again, the numbers don't lie. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Vicki Cole. I live at 25 Mechanic Street in North Easton. I'm in my 16th year as a paraprofessional in the Easton Public Schools. I started in the Foundations program for the first 12 years, and for the past 5 years, I've been in 5th grade inclusion. I was also born and raised in Easton and graduated from Easton Public Schools, as have my 3 children. One, who was on an IEP and had the fabulous Miss Tara Bailey and her fabulous staff, who still to this day, when I see them at Shaw's or I see them out and about, ask me how my son is doing. Because they care, they took care of him, and they made sure he got done what needed to get done. That wasn't part of my speech, but it was just such an opportunity. First, let me say that I've learned a lot and grown a lot from my job as a paraprofessional. I've learned that the students want to do well, want to learn, and want to be part of their own learning experience. Yet sometimes circumstances, being what they may, make learning a bit more trying for some. As a paraprofessional, it's our job to work with those students and their teachers to address their needs, to get the learning experience they not only want, but need to succeed. I love that aspect of my job, yet there is the flip side. This year, I'm helping in 4 classrooms with 4 different teachers who have 4 different teaching styles, who have their own expectations, lessons plans, goals, and subject areas. I work with 2 separate learning specialists who together service approximately 15 kids in classes of 24 kids each. I'm expected to understand the content, teach it, enter the room mid-lesson, and be able to pivot on what is happening in a moment's notice. Yet, we are not paid a living wage to do our job. I was lucky enough to be raised by strong, independent, and not afraid to tell it like it is parents who stood up for what they believed in and were not afraid or intimidated to say what they believed to be right and just. I believe tonight is the night to speak for what I believe is right and true. We, as paraprofessionals, are being shortchanged and undervalued as employees. We are always the one of the last to get contract negotiations, always the ones to hear we don't have the money left, we're doing the best we can. Do you as a superintendent and school committee care that we do not make a living wage, that we are struggling to support ourselves and our families? Are we the ones that must suffer silently for the good of all? The town approved to compensate and delegate this money to the paraprofessionals towards us making a living wage. Yet, as a superintendent and as the committee, you seem to believe you do not have to honor the townspeople's wishes. Do you not? Do not say your hands are tied. You, as a school committee, were voted by the townspeople to be our voice. Please use your voice to make this blatant disregard of what the taxpayers of our town want and act on it accordingly. As a taxpayer in this town and as an employee, I'm dumbfounded at the injustice of your unethical actions.
Thank you. I believe, did you want to speak? Okay, all right. And then I think we're closing in on that 15-minute block, but please go ahead.
I don't have a speech planned this time.
That's quite all right.
I'm Crystal Parento, 42 Kennedy Circle. I didn't plan on saying anything, but like hearing them talk, there have been lots of people in the school system who have literally helped my whole entire family. Because when you have a kid who has special needs, it like takes a village, right? And to hear that, like, there's some paras here that like are having a hard time paying their bills, and those same paras are the ones who like get my kid to go to class so that he can perform on an MCAS test, who, when he's struggling with his mental health, they sit and listen to him and help him. I can't even tell you how vital they are, not only to the students, but to the students' families, to their siblings, because the better off that student is in school, because I will tell you, school is so stressful for kids that have special needs. And that carries over into the home and those siblings that are also in schools, and it affects their academics. I mean, we need to do the right thing here. We need to pay these paras what they deserve, because They do so much more than you think. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, great. Thank you, everybody, for your remarks. So we will move on to superintendent notes. Dr. Cabral?
Thank you. I didn't have any planned for the evening.
Okay. All right, great. Assistant superintendent?
I think our MCAS presentation was enough, so I will hold off. Thank you.
Okay.
You know me, I love to talk, though.
Yes. All right, school committee notes. Nancy?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank all of you that have come here tonight to express your thoughts. I know you're all one, and it's great to have you here. You're welcome to any school committee meeting you'd like to come to, because they're all riveting. I attended the National Honor Society induction, what was that, a couple weeks ago. It was
Just last week. It's been,
was it?
It's been a very busy couple of
But
weeks.
the best part, and it's funny, I talked to some students and I said, you know, you can pick a teacher from kindergarten to 11th grade, because they're in 11th grade when they get their honor society. And there were a couple, I think Carolyn Sparrow, you were there, right? Yeah. And somebody else from elementary, who? Miss Maffeo?
Miss Maffeo was there.
Yeah, so congratulations.
And a
That
kindergarten
is
teacher.
one of the most, as a
Yeah.
teacher, one of the most profound things, when that kid stands up and looks at you and says why they chose you as a teacher. So I hope you all get chosen, because you really all deserve it. The OA Winter Concert last Friday was amazing. The kids are doing a great job. For those of you that haven't seen Brian Sandberg, is it Brian or Ryan? Brian.
Brian.
He was amazing. He has the high school concert choir. He was amazing. I wasn't able to attend the grade 7 and 8 winter concert, but I heard it was wonderful. Not only happy holidays, but please enjoy your vacation. If the school committee had listened to me, you would have had 2 whole weeks, but we decided on the 2 days in June would be better to not have. So sorry, you have to go back on Thursday. And January 4th is the first event of the Easton 300th, and that's at Stonehill College. Just, you can go to the website and check that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, Jackie, any comments for this week?
I just want to wish everyone a very happy holiday season and a restful vacation.
Lauren?
Nancy said everything that I was going to say, so I wish everyone a happy holidays and a great vacation.
And Kelly, any comments for
I
this?
just want to point out that we did listen to Nancy enough that we have next Monday off, the 23rd, going into it. So we didn't get 2 full weeks, but we did get a week and a half, which is nice. But I do want to wish everyone a happy holiday. Thank everyone, and I hope everyone enjoys a well-deserved break, and that you don't get too many goodies for all of those who work in the building. Hopefully, all of the treats that you receive tomorrow in appreciation are not all sweet treats, because I heard that can get a little overwhelming at times.
All right, so just a few things. It has been a really blur of the past couple weeks. I was kind of thinking like everything that's happened since we last met. So the OA Drama Club put on their production. It was a really, really wonderful show. I was able to go Saturday night, and so they did 12 Angry Jurors. So congratulations to Zach Dyer and your crew of cast and crew students. They were really amazing, and there are a couple of seniors, or at least 2 seniors who are graduating, who I've seen performing opposite each other or alongside each other for a few years now, and they will be very much missed. So really, really great production. And then that was the same weekend that the middle school had the float in the holiday parade. And it seems like it was forever ago, but it really wasn't that long ago. And there were so many school groups of volunteers. So a ton of athletic teams and other student volunteers helped out and make that event really happen for our local families. In the parade, yeah, the marching band was in the parade. So really a very big EPS presence at the festival the entire weekend, and the Lions. I know we're extremely grateful for the support of the school community in making that event happen. And then the OA hockey team, shout out to them for partnering with the Lions and a family of volunteers to get the rink cleaned up. So Yardley Wood is filled with water, and hopefully we'll get a cold snap and we'll be ready to go. So, but the hockey team put in quite a few hours of very dirty work on Sunday, helping with that. There have been multiple really heartwarming events among the schools for the past couple of weeks that that I think have been showing an increased awareness of the need right within our own community. The schools have always done a good job of having various fundraisers and drives to benefit the schools. I think for Blanche Ames, when they did their food drive for Thanksgiving, some Blanche Ames families themselves benefited directly from those donations, with the excess going to the food pantry. OA spoke about us, the last meeting about the Take What You Need closet that's there to address student needs, so students can help themselves to, a variety of things that they need. And then the middle school had a super successful holiday shop that was free to students, and I know that there were many, many people in the community who donated extremely generously, so that there were gifts for students to choose to be able to bring home to their loved ones, and I believe some parents will be able to have access to the gifts tomorrow. So I just want to give a shout out to all of the school leaders and staff and teachers, educators, administrators, families, because this kind of thing takes a huge effort, and it's just incredibly thoughtful, and I think helps our students and families, especially those who are most in need, know that they're welcome here, and that we're doing our best to take care of them.
Blanche James also did Stuff a Cruiser yesterday.
Oh, that's right, Stuff a Cruiser. Yep, and I know there's been other stuff going on at RO. So really across the district, just this very thoughtful spirit of giving that we're seeing our students get to participate in. And I think that was it. So, you miss any other events, right?
I don't.
Okay. All right. All right.
Great.
Okay. All right, great. So with that, that concludes, we will return to open session. We have one more item. We're going to go into executive session, and then we will come back to open session to vote on one more item. So with that, our next meeting is January 9th, right? January 9th, right? Okay, so January 9th, 6 p.m. Yes. And I will make a motion to go into executive session to return to open session pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, subsection 21A2, to conduct strategy session in preparation for collective bargaining with the Eastern Educators Association, Unit A, Unit B, and paraprofessionals, and the Unit A MOA Win Block. Can I get a second? Oh, and in my opinion, having this discussion in open session would be detrimental to the bargaining position of the school committee. Can I get a second?
DeLuca, second. Roll call vote. DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Okay, all right, great. We'll be back. Great. Okay, so quick technical check just to make sure that our remote participants are still connected to audio. So Dr. Cabral, can you hear us?
Yes, they can.
And Kelly, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
And Jackie, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you, everybody. Welcome back. Let's see, so the next and final item on our agenda is a vote to approve the Unit A Memorandum of Agreement for the Win What I Need block at Richardson Olmsted. So I make a motion to approve the Unit A MOA Win block. Can I get a second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis.
Percio, yes.
Okay.
Lauren, I think your mic is off.
Okay, and then our final is adjournment. So
I make a motion to adjourn.
can I get a second?
Percio, second.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Great. All right. Happy holidays, everybody. We will see you on January 9th. Have a great night. Thank you.